Welcome to the Stockholm studio and the first day of the Climate Week New York City broadcast. I'm Ingmar Ensog, I'm CEO and founder of We Don't Have Time. We know that science is at the heart of the climate movement. It's how we understand the urgency of the crisis, and it's how we find the solutions to address it. But in today's political climate, facts are too often questioned, downplayed, or drowned out. Our mission is to ensure that the voices of scientists, innovators, and changemakers are heard clearly, respectfully, and without fear of being targeted. That's why we each morning this week will begin here in Stockholm with science-focused conversation before we hand over to our studio in Manhattan. Because if we're going to amplify science in today's world, we need to have free speech, and we have that in Europe still. In US, I don't really know, without science, we are failing the future, we're failing democracy, and we're definitely failing on science, on climate. So we really need to step up and defend science. And I will talk about that in my short intro keynote here. And as you've seen, I have a cap with a red collar that creates a lot of attention. But this cap is not about saying that the President of the United States are right or wrong. This cap is about something else. It's about defending science. Without science, our society are guided blindly. But with science, we can create amazing things that we have in the past and that we can continue to do in the future. So this is not a cap against anything. It's a cap pro what humanity is best at, science. And many, they want to be scientists and want to talk about that this is my reality. The problem is science is about the facts. It's not about your opinion. And yesterday, when I was watching the news here in Stockholm, I saw this man. According to Donald Trump, they have found the reason why people are getting autism. So he made a press conference out of it. I don't know why the United States president suddenly are an expert about autism, but he thinks he am. And I have no problem with it if it's backed up with the real science. The problem is that most science are saying that they can't really say the reason behind autism. So it's fake science. And just a month ago, US released a new climate report saying that the climate crisis is not that serious. But when real scientists were checking the facts and the quotes and the sources, they found hundreds of false, misleading statements. So if you want people to believe that you have the science, the real scientists, the professors, must be the enemy. And that's an exact quote from the Vice President in the United States, as you will see here. The professors are the enemy. I don't agree that. I think the professors will have the solutions in many ways. And if we look at the attack on science, there's an organization called Union of Concerned Scientists from the United States. They have kept tracking those attacks, and there has always been some, but the amount this year is record high, and this is only getting worse. And I have some examples what those attacks actually can how they look. And in the United States on Hawaii, there is an observatory that have measured carbon dioxide level every single day since the 1960s. This is the reason why we know that the carbon dioxide level are increasing. It was record high this year. So what are the US administration doing about it? They try to kill the land lease so that they shut down the observatory. We can't measure this somewhere else because we can't compare the data. And recently, the White House sent a memo to NASA to shut down 2 of the most advanced climate satellites, to burn them up, because they don't like the data. But this is not just an US issue. The anti-science are spreading everywhere. And here in Europe, in Germany, one of the largest political party, AfD, they tried to win the election by saying that they wanted to tear down and destroy all wind powers. So why is this happening? What's the reason behind this? There's a very logical explanation about this. If you're threatening about something that threatens your money and power, you can either change or try to resist. And unfortunately, there is some special interests that are trying to resist. I'm talking about the fossil fuel society. It's now going down. In Europe last year, renewables for the first time went past fossil fuel energy. And in the United States, 96% of all new electricity production were fossil-free. And you have all those exponential technologies scaling that will make us not dependent on fossil fuel anymore. I mean, if someone buy an electric vehicle, that will never need to buy any fuel. That is, of course, a problem for an industry selling that fuel. And in order to show how fast this is going, I can illustrate that a bit about how fast it's going to build solar power. In 2015, it took a year to build 1 gigawatt of solar power. Last year, it took 1 hour. So this is the speed of change. And if you see globally, it took about 68 years to build 1 terawatt of solar power, and it took only 2 years to double that. So of course, if you are investing in the old energy, this is frightening you, and you try to do something to delay things. But we really don't have the time, because we need emission to go down. And the good news, emissions are going down in many places on the planet. In European Union, for example, it went down by 8% in 2023. That was after the pandemic. And this year we have seen the first sign that Chinese emissions are going down. But starting to go down a little is not good enough. We need to cut it in half according to science in order to stay under safe levels of the global heating. And we're not there yet. But here's the thing. I'm totally convinced by working with, we don't have time, and looking into and hearing all those solutions and seeing all those graphs, that if we remove the resistance of the forces, of the special interest that tries to slow us down, this curve is not only possible, it's going to happen. We need to address the ones that tries to slow us down. If we do that, we will have the speed of change. And in order to achieve that, we need people to understand the problem. Why is it happening, and what can we do about it? We need media, and we don't have time. We are a media with a global reach. Our role is to amplify climate action. And 5 years ago, we had Greta Thunberg amplify her climate action worldwide. Today, we don't need to help Greta Thunberg, but we need to help the scientists amplify their voice and the attack that is now happening. We need to help them communicate. And we don't only need to share stories about when things are going in the wrong direction. We also need to amplify and share the positive news, because yes, it's a lot of negative news, a lot coming from the United States when it comes to attacking science and elsewhere. But it's also a lot of people, policymakers, city mayors, and also country leaders and business leaders doing the right thing. And one example is last week, the High Sea Treaty went into place. 60 countries agreeing on preserving the oceans. US, China, Russia are not yet on board, but 60 countries, and now actually 61 countries. This is growing, and we're probably going to see more countries joining this week at the UN General Assembly. Those stories also needs to be shared, because when you see that people and leaders are doing the right thing, others needs to do the same if the pressure from the public are high enough. So that's what makes science great again is all about. And if you want to wear a cap, share this message, you can go to our webpage and you can support this campaign. And that was the intro of Make Science Great Again. Some people, when I talk about this in Europe, they say like, yeah, it's craziness what's happening from the United States, but let's mind our own business. The problem, climate is not something that is isolated. We need everyone on board, and policy are often spreading because of diplomacy and because of trade and because of power. Previously, this has been worked towards more climate action. Leaders that are leading the green transition have pressured countries lagging behind to do more. What we see now is the opposite. Laggers are pressing the leaders to do less. And that's our next speaker going to talk about. That is Mattias Gohlman now coming up to stage.
Thank you so much for that, Ingmar. Thank you for having me. Thank you for the great work that you're doing at the Make Science Great Again at We Don't Have Time. And thank you everyone for watching from New York and elsewhere.
Yes, and I'm going to leave the floor to you, because you're going to talk about how those new winds are influencing the EU politics and what we can do about it. That is the most important thing. So I leave the floor to you.
Thank you so much for giving me that opportunity. So my name is Mattias Gohlman. I'm right here at the Stockholm studio of We Don't Have Time, Stockholm, Sweden, Europe. And even though you're probably watching this from somewhere else around the world, you will notice that what we're going to be discussing next, as Ingmar pointed out, is something that is of global relevance. First of all, because we need first movers to follow, and it would be relevant for all of us if Europe were to take that position. But secondly, because of this crossroads thing is the same that we see in other parts of the world. I want to backtrack a little bit. I believe this might be my own picture from when we realized and when we decided on the Paris Agreement. It's now 10 climate meetings later. The COP30 that we're going to have later this year in Brazil is going to be when the countries have to get back together, including European Union that negotiates as one, to come up with their enhanced actions in their nationally determined contribution. Every signatory of the Paris Agreement has to do this. And of course, this is the first of the 5 crossroads that I'd like to briefly discuss with you and get your inputs and your helping ambitions on later on. So the first one is, where is Europe gonna head on this one? We decided long ago on a 2020 target, not terribly aggressive or ambitious. We then decided on a 2030 target called Fit for 55, which sort of looks my age, but really is reducing emissions by 55% compared to the baseline year of 1990. And then we are now on the verge of deciding on the 2040 target. Is that going to be minus 90%? Is it going to be more ambitious than that? A little bit less ambitious? How does that lead us to the world's first climate neutral region of the world, which is the target for 2050? And of course, if we as a European Union, as a continent basically, decide that we are going to be ahead of the curve, we're going to see the opportunities in being leading in combating climate change, that sends a very different picture and a very different story and a very different message than if we decide to backtrack and not be fully as ambitious as what the European Commission has proposed, which is precisely a 90% emissions reduction. Here's the first crossroad where I want us all to help influence Europe to be the leader that we need. The second crossroad is between this picture and the next. This picture is when Draghi delivers the Draghi report to van der Leyen, the chairman of the European Commission, showing how the European Union can combine being a leader in combating climate change and a leader in green sustainability and developing our economy. How competitiveness and reduced emissions really go hand in hand. Because if the whole world is gonna, at least partially follow the Paris Agreement, ideally to the letter, but at least partially, that already means that there's gonna be better business in being a leader than being a laggard. So that is the picture that is sort of at the upside. The downside is a very different handshake. This handshake is more recent. It's the handshake between the same Commissioner von der Leyen and President of the US, Donald Trump, where von der Leyen, on behalf of the European Union, promises that we are going to buy a certified huge amount of fossil fuels from the United States. Well, first of all, that's not really for the European Commission to decide. It's the member states that decide what kind of energy they want to buy. And typically, member states want to buy renewables rather than fossil fuels. But secondly, if this handshake sort of wins over the other handshake that we just saw, well, then obviously we are joining the club of laggards rather than the club of leaders. So which handshake gets the prevalence here is tremendously important for the position of the European Union. Now, the third crossroads for Europe is that we see in the latest State of the Union address from von der Leyen and in pretty much everything that comes from the Commission, that there's a lot of strategies that really point us towards leadership in terms of combating climate change. There's the Energy Union, there's different agreements on how we can become leader in sustainable battery production for electric vehicles, and the list goes on for much longer than my speaking slot allows me to. But then at the other hand, we are still importing, and in fact, we're importing record amounts of fossil natural gas from Russia. There's at least three big issues here. First of all, it means that we're not independent. We're dependent on other regions for energy consumption, which is always problematic in a time where relations may be strained with other parts of the world. Secondly, it's Russian, and that means that Russia's aggressive war against Ukraine is being funded whenever we turn on the gas for cooking or heating or industrial uses in the European Union. And thirdly, it is fossil. Natural gas, it sounds natural, but it really is fossil. So here is another crossroads. Are all those strategies of relevance, or are they gonna sort of lose out to Europe's continued appetite for fossil gas from Russia? And the next crossroad here is the European Union has over time decided that there has to be a first mover advantage. It makes sense, right? If you're a first mover, you take a bigger risk, you invest more of your time, your energy, your creativity. There has to be an upside also. And that upside over the years has been there. We've seen that those that were the first movers in solar that Ingmar talked about, in wind, in electric vehicles and so forth, some have lost their way along the way, but most of them have been winners on the stock market, on the market, and around the world. It's been a winning strategy to be a first mover, and not least in the European Union. But I'm very worried that we're now moving into something more akin of a first mover disadvantage. And the example I want to bring to you, there's many, but the one I want to share with you right now comes right here from Sweden. This is the car manufacturer Volvo. Volvo Polestar decided that they want to go first in to all electric vehicles. And in the European Union system, there's an allowed emission right per vehicle that you sell within the European Union. If you have lower emissions than that, you can sell sort of the surplus emissions to other car manufacturers that didn't fulfill their requirement. And if you look at this graph closely, you will see that the only brand that in fact did more than they had to was Volvo. And Volvo did that knowing that these cars might be more expensive to manufacture, but we are allowed and able to sell those emission rights to other companies that are sort of laggards in terms of reaching their emission targets. Now, what happened was that when Volvo had decided we're going to do this is going to be part of our income, this is going to be part of the whole budget of our cars, in the middle of the match, the rules were changed. The rules for 2025, mid-spring 2025, the European Commission said, you know what, you don't have to reach them in 2025, you can reach them over a period of several years instead. And suddenly all those emission credits that Volvo had gathered and expected to sell to other car manufacturers were worthless, and the end result was that Volvo had to fire or lay off around 3,000 people. So climate leadership is now not just about solving the issues at stake, but it's also about big business, and we can't afford for first mover disadvantage to become the new norm. And reaching the end of my discussion here, you will not be able to perhaps see the details here, but you will see that the European Union targets that we discussed are also given to each member state. If you have bigger opportunities to be a leader, like Sweden, where we are right now, you get more emissions reduction requirements. And if you don't have the same opportunities, you get less. And if you don't fulfill your requirements, just like my example with the car industry, you have to buy emission rights from other countries that do more than they have to, or you have to pay the fines. And this, to me, is the brilliant mechanism of the European Union, because much as I like to care about the polar bears of future generations, not much speaks louder than either having the money to use in your own economy or having to send it to a different country, or even worse, to the European Union coffers. So we now see that some countries start seeing that this is tremendous amounts of money. It's very expensive to fail the emission targets. For Ireland, they believe it's going to be more than 20 billion euros. And we also see that some countries are in fact already being fined for things that they didn't do according to the EU rulebook. But we see that countries like my own here in Sweden are also doubting, is the EU really going to fine us? And if they do fine us, are they really going to insist on us paying those fines? And this is a tremendously important crossroads. In short, the 5 different crossroads I've mentioned to us all boil down to, is the EU about blah, 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 what they say doesn't really matter? Or are they going to stick to the word? Is their word going to be enforced? And if it is, matters. And if it matters, if it's going to happen, depends on us. Because when it's really at a crossroads, it could go either way. Just a tiny influence could make it go either the wrong way, where Ingmar started his discussion, that we're right now in many areas of the world and in many sectors of the economy heading the wrong way. But if we together influence the European Union or your equivalent to go the right way right now, is where we can decide for a long-term future to head in the right direction. So my ending words here are going to be much like the red hat of Ingmar just now. Please help us. Please be part of the change. Please help the European Union and the rest of the world to go in the right direction. Thank you for listening. Ingmar.
Thank you, Matthias. I think this is, very telling where we are and where we can go. So we really are in a moment of time where we can either continue push the change and go through the barrier, the resistance we now meet, or we can give up and let the other side win. And the only time we can be 100% certain about an outcome is if we give up.
That's right.
So don't give up. And in order to win, and in order to really mobilize the billions of people we have on the planet, we need every ally we have. And when I gave the first speech about Make Science Great Again, we actually revealed that in Paris during the 10-year anniversary in the big conference Change Now. 40,000 people in one room. It's really a lot of energy there.
Wow.
And people kind of fought to get the red cap, so we got a good reaction. And one reaction we got actually was that the week after I received an invitation from the Vatican and the Pontiac Academy of Science to come and speak about this Make Science Great Again at the Vatican. And first I became a little bit, what do they know about science? Because we know that the church one day in the past, they were very much trying to cancel the science about how universe are structured and if we are kind of circling around the sun or if the sun are circling around us. But they have learned a lot. And what I have learned is also a lot about the Vatican and their work in science. And later on, we also have one person that are affiliated with the Pontiac Academy of Science on a panel here. But before that, we're actually going to show a short 15-minute documentary that really showcased this conference that I was part of that Vatican hosted in Vienna. So let's roll that and have the discussion afterwards.
Die Expertise der Akademien, der beiden päpstlichen Akademien, der Akademie der Wissenschaft, ist essentiell für die Bewältigung kommender Herausforderungen. Und von daher war dieser erste Impuls wichtig. Es ist ja der Beginn einer tiefergehenden, längerfristigen Diskussion. Und ich bin überzeugt, dass wir auch als Stadt Wien hier einen Beitrag leisten können für die Bewältigung dieser für die Menschheit wichtigen Frage.
We need every ally to defend science, because currently it's under attack by special interests that want us to stay in the past. And I'm very glad that the Vatican realized that we can't stay in the past if we're going to save the future. So I'm very much looking forward to participate in the scientific debate about how we create a resilient future. So follow me and we will see how this day will look like.
Our glaciers are dying. They are disappearing silently. Shouldn't we respond to these changes and rethink our approach? I'm attending a glacier funeral. Here at the foot of Großglockner, this fact is being acknowledged. Due to the rapid melting, the Pasterze is losing the title of longest glacier in Austria.
Das stimmt uns traurig, weil das Abschmelzen dieses Gletschers gravierende Auswirkungen für alle haben wird. Wenn etwas Großes zu Ende geht, dann wirft das existenzielle Fragen auf.
I grew up in Austria, in the Austrian Alps, and I'm a mountain child. And I live with the mountains, also the glaciers, for all my life. I saw the big change happening within the last 10, 20 years. And as a filmmaker, I'm also a rebel, and I want to use my voice to show what happens there.
We began our journey in the Apostolic Palace in 2025 with a request by the Holy Father Pope Francis to build climate resilience, to protect the world's most vulnerable populations, and to develop the conceptual framework, MAST, M-A-S-T, of mitigation, adaptation, social transformation.
The Vatican releases Pope Francis's wildly anticipated encyclical on the environment.
La naturaleza grita. Deténganse.
The church doesn't have to be afraid of knowledge. If God really is the creator of the world as well as the redeemer of the world, then we should expect science to really help faith. There's not going to be any profound disagreement. There may be some problems to do with particular research programs or particular interpretations. That's human. We always have this kind of problem. We have that problem in politics as well, and economics. So these sorts of things can happen. But fundamentally, knowledge of science and the faith traditions are really correlated with each other, and we find this in the work of the academies. So it's just natural for us to be here doing this kind of work, especially given the great impulse that Pope Francis gave to the whole question of taking care of our common home and finding ways to do that both bring in science and the great moral traditions of the different religions of the world.
When I was elected to join Pontifical Academy of Science, I was, as a secular Swede, a little bit suspicious. But it turns out that the Pontifical Academy of Science is freestanding from the church, is a-religious. I'm an atheist. The only person I knew in it is a Hindu. And the charter we have from the church is to do good for the planet and the people. And given the fact the Vatican and the Pope has a huge convening power, that is used to bring leaders from all sectors together to work on this topic. And if there is anything the church has, it is a moral authority. And there is a moral dimension of us to do something about climate change.
¿Qué tipo de mundo queremos dejar a quienes nos sucedan? A los niños que están creciendo. Renuevo mi llamado urgente a responder la crisis ecológica. El clamor de la tierra y el clamor de los pobres no dan para más.
People forget that first and foremost they're creatures drawn out of the material of the earth, sustained by the materials of the earth, and so to abusively treat anything that is responsible for your own existence and life, and which continues to sustain your life and make it possible for you to live, just doesn't make sense. Then how can you believe in God and not respect what you believe God has created?
Resilience from the point of view of the church is in many ways the same as resilience from the point of view of science. We need to understand how to do this properly. So all the work that the scientists are doing on different kinds of energy systems, on different ways of organizing transport, of better ways of managing health, all these things are absolutely relevant to resilience from the point of view of the church. But of course the church can add this extra dimension, which is this sense of being in the hands of God, of being cared for by God. In a way, we're called to do with the planet what God is doing with us.
It's really empowerment that's missing. When people hear that the things are getting worse, what are they supposed to do about it?
You need to connect science with wisdom in order to really reach the heart and mind of people. It needs to be connected with the higher values of humanity, such as compassion, living healthy lives, such as human flourishing. Then it becomes really relevant to people globally.
It was very often said here in the conference, we have to remember the past to go into the future.
I think it's very difficult to preserve the complexity of a civilization that we live in a bounded theory. So Germany cannot be secure within the boundary of Germany. Germany relies on planetary scale goods and relationships in order for Germany to be viable. And in that context, what you start to then have to talk about is metabolic security. And then you have to talk about entangled security, which is that whether it's Germany or the UK, if the Amazon fails and we have a runaway collapse of the Amazon or we have a runaway collapse of the Theiss glacier shelf, well, actually, we're pretty much in trouble regardless. Stability will become the big delta, not growth. That will be the big position that everyone's looking for, because that will be the pathway that will become a house of capital. And by capital, I mean every form of capital, human capital, social capital, other frameworks, they'll become key. And we're into that period where stability becomes a real fundamental issue.
This is not about mastering growth anymore, because we already know that our growth in the neoliberal sense of the way is constrained. This is about mastering stability. And stability means that you buffer your economy, your finance system, your governance system in a variety of different ways. You recreate it. You create new patterns of engagement. You move towards positive peace, but you also work with countries towards that peace rather than towards conflict. And you get out of our old neo-colonial patterns and build new relationships. This is an exciting time where humanity can actually, to a certain degree, prove Jane Goodall wrong. Jane Goodall said, man has demonstrated that he is supposedly the most intelligent species on the planet, but he definitely is not the wisest. Can we show that we are wise?
The second provocation, which is hardly a big one, is that the multilateral system has really collapsed. We saw it now with the failure of the plastics treaty, but this crazy idea that all the countries in the world have to agree before we can have a global treaty.
The coalitions of mayors, the coalition of mayors and scientists, coalition of mayors, citizens, scientists, and stakeholders and private sector are a new approach. They are new coalition, and I think if you want to have resilient cities and resilient territory, the mayors are one of the key, not just of the problem, but of the solutions. Thank you.
Ukraine during the full-scale invasion, it's 5 times, and working so much on free barrier spaces for Ukrainians. The experience of Paris is extremely important on that. Thank you so much for your leadership. Hi. Hi.
So, what do you think of the conference so far?
And I'm here for advocating for the youth rights from Ukraine and to show the perspective how a war in Ukraine changed the climate, and we should speak out loud about this and find the solutions.
You can see here some symbols actually of our city. We call it the city of ideas. Here at the conference with the mayor of Vinnytsia.
The youngest generation are the ones that are going to feel the impacts of climate change for the longest. We're going to feel it throughout our entire lifetimes. So we're here representing World Scouting. It's the world's largest youth movement. And at this conference, we've really felt like our voice is heard. We've been ingrained into the program. It's been meaningful youth engagement. And I'm really hoping that this sets a precedent for what engaging youth actually means.
Bridge that gap between science and policymakers, because if we continue on this road, undermining science and not distinguishing between different sources of information, mingling together disinformation, misinformation, and information that's built on facts, that can be very disruptive for our future. So this has maybe never been more important.
Climate change is the biggest systems problem there is. If you have a solution in the climate space, you will automatically face systems barriers. That's the definition of a systems problem. If a startup is trying to do something in this space and they face these systems barriers, that's not going to be solved by them getting another €1 million of investment, €2 million. It's not going to work that way, because there are all these regulatory other issues around them. If you have no money to give, how do you get 4,000 organizations to work together? That's a different process.
Even though we have to deal with really tough problems and the very threatening, dangerous situations we're facing, in the end, there's a good God behind this world.
The climate resilience agenda needs to start bottom up, local. The climate agenda needs to be also emotionally underpinned, otherwise we don't move forward. It is not just a technical agenda. It's not just an economic agenda. It's an intergenerational justice agenda to which we need to contribute in unusual alliances.
The main takeaway after those 2 impactful days, this is not only a fight for our future, a fight for civilization as we know it. It's a fight for how we see reality. Are we going to deny facts, science, to imagine something that is not real? Or are we going to face the reality and act on it? That's the question. And what we need is to awaken the silent minority. 89% of the global population wants to act on the climate crisis. But as long as we are silent, we will not make it. So I'm so glad that Vatican and the Pontiac Academy are putting amazing people together so that we can work together to make some noise so that we're getting heard. And the Vatican is an incredible platform that reach billions of people, conservative, non-conservative, doesn't matter. We all care for humanity, for this creation, the planet, and for our joint future. And this has been a truly inclusive experience where everything from youth, people from different backgrounds, different beliefs, are all coming together to talk about the reality and what we need to do about it and to make science great again. Thank you for watching. So, welcome back. And here in the studio we have, besides Mattias Gåhlman that you just heard before, we have Örjan Gustafsson that was also part of the event you just saw the documentary. So now you transferred here. And on your daily life, you're a professor in Stockholm University on climate science and climate solutions. If I can say that. I'm really curious about what you do and your take on the two presentations you heard before, the attack on science and the influence of European Union. What's your take on it? I'll start with the easy question.
Well, I think to some extent you can say that climate science is under attack in some places, but also it is such a force. Science itself, it is progressing, and is of course a fundament of our human civilization, all the good things we have, prosperity and health and so on, and it's the key to the solutions to the climate crisis that we're facing too. And I must say also in the US, which I'm closely attached to. I got my PhD at MIT and I have strong connections to the US climate scientists, and they are not giving up their climate science, but their funding is being pulled out. It is a difficult situation for sure. They are the leaders, have been the leaders. I know they are continuing. Just to give a little bit balance out this difficult situation right now. Just a few days ago, the US National Academy of Sciences spoke out with a report that clearly showed, I think the title was something along the line, human emissions of greenhouse gases and their effects on US climate and health and welfare. So it's possible to have a voice also in the US. So it's not completely dull. And they are still active internationally. But at the same time, it is a difficult situation. And others need to stand up for science. But I think in addition to actually producing the science that helps us to find the solutions, we also need communication about science. I do think that's important. What you do here at We Don't Have Time, for instance, and many others too. And I think it's also very important to build alliances across sectors with partners that we have not worked with before.
Like this one.
Yeah, and it's uncomfortable. It moves us outside our comfort zone. But I do think we need to do that. So, final note here is that I do think, for instance, we need to seriously consider working much tighter with China on finding the climate solutions. Just yesterday, we had a ministerial meeting here in Stockholm between China and Sweden in the one area perhaps we can work the most in, and that is finding ways to survive and thrive, making climate crisis into climate resilience, sustainable development. And we need many others to partner around that.
Yes, and you nodded a lot here, Matthias.
I did. I think that, of course, climate science is under attack, but perhaps even more importantly to many of us watching this and discussing this, is that our very way of life is under threat. Whatever we take for granted is not going to happen in a post-2-degree warming world. So even if some people might not care about science necessarily, they will care about all the things that they treasure in life. And if we don't combat climate change, those things are simply over. And in that I concur so much, and that's why I was nodding so intensively, that this is basically not a question about the need for new science. The science is there, what's already been established in your research and others is enough. The technology is also enough. What needs to happen now is for us to communicate better that this is the future that we want. The petrol-infused, coal-powered future is something that we simply cannot accept because it's not compatible with the way of living that we want.
We had a conversation, me and Örjan here just before, and you didn't really like that I said that we must make science great again as a scientist. I know you're too shy to say it in front of the camera, so I say it for you. Because you wanted it to be more like make science heard again. And I will say, I will provoke a little bit. If you're not heard, you're never great. My whole career has been in communication, and you can have the best product, you can do the best thing, but if no one knows about it, you will not getting it through. So great is the same thing for me, at least, as heard. We need to be much more louder. And if you agree on that, I will give you a follow-up question to both of you. How can we be louder? I mean, scientists is often, needs often to be as correct as possible, always saying like, this is the scenario, but we can never be 100% sure, etc., etc. How can we still be factual, but get the attention that we need for what the work of science is doing?
As a representative from science here, I feel I need to defend science both against what Matthias said and what you said. I think fundamentally we agree with each other, but I don't think we have enough science. That's absolutely wrong, because it's such a complex system. So it's a moving target now. The climate is changing, the whole Earth system is changing. Mother Earth is responding to changing pressures. We need science to understand that, to understand what we're doing, how that is responding to the place we're going to live on. That's one reason why we need science. The other one is to find these solutions. There's two kinds of science. The first one, and here's a turn to respond to you, Ingmar, is that I think it's so fundamental in human nature, the curiosity to learn more. So I do think, even if we're not communicating it using the best PR people in the world, I think it is defendable to do science, to learn fundamentally how nature is working and how we're perturbing what we're doing to science without communicating so much about it to everyone. But I think that's defendable. But I do think absolutely that we need to do actionable science. Science is going to provide the litmus test for all these good things that are underway to find the solutions. They're good, well-intended, but are they really having the desired effect? For that, we need science as a litmus test to see if it works. So that's my defense. But I definitely, then your final question is, so what do we need to do? There is not a short and quick answer on that. But in summary, I have to return to the fact that this is a wicked challenge, an existential one for humanity. And I do think it's clear that science there moves more towards system studies and intersectoral studies to find the best solutions. I think that's an essential shift in climate change science now. And I think to make that happen, we need to bridge between these different sectors, and I think communication there and creating platforms for that exchange is very important.
First of all, of course we agree, you're right. But it makes for a better viewing if we disagree a little bit. But obviously we need more science. What we don't need is for people to say, well, let's wait until we have more science. And I'm sure that's not where you're heading either. But we know that many people will take it as an excuse to say, well, we're not really sure yet. Yes, we are sure that fossil fuels are the culprit and renewables and energy efficiency is the way to go ahead. And we're sure that the sharing economy is better than everyone owning their stuff and so forth. So there's so much stuff that is sure so that everyone, individual companies, regional governments, the UN can act upon it. And secondly, so how do we communicate this? Well, let's start by backtracking and saying we've known since Svante Arrhenius in the 1890s that more CO2 means higher temperatures. So that science has been there like forever. We should now start acting on it. How come we haven't? And I believe it's because of communication wizards like us. We've failed humanity in a sense. We started out by saying, well, this is about polar bears. It's not. It's about humans. Then we said, well, it's about future generations. It's not. It's about us here and now. And then we started blaming people who did the wrong thing. And when you ask behavioral scientists, what happens if you blame someone and say, shame on you? Well, they start defending their behavior rather than changing it. So what I believe that we primarily need to do, based on science, obviously, is to communicate the better world that we get with climate-friendly solutions. What's in it for me is the answer that we should put right, left, and center there. And of course, if you switch to an electric car and electric bike, you have a better drive than with the fossil fuel cars. If you got solar panels on your roof, your electricity is for free. You're not worried about blackouts. If you have a shared economy, you got access to all kinds of suits instead of me just owning one, all kinds of vehicles instead of just owning one. And if you have the as a service, you will find new business ideas that will be more lucrative than the old economy that we're leaving behind. So actually nowadays, it's super easy to find what's in it for you in terms of finding future ways of life that are more compatible with combating climate change.
When you read about science in media, it's often the negative findings, we are doomed and gloom, and the Gulf Stream is going to be cancelled, and we're going to have a big trouble. I mean, those create the big headlines. You seldom read about big discovery of something really good. Maybe sometimes you read some small articles about the cure for cancer, but that's often on much smaller font size. Is that, I mean, if you're working in science, not everything is about the problem, right? And I know, Orion, you are doing something very interesting where you actually have a course in climate solutions, where you're not only focusing on the technical stuff of decarbonization, you're also focusing on the societal and economy behind it. Can you tell the audience a little bit the work you're doing with this climate solutions course in science?
Absolutely, and that is again a collaboration with my close colleagues in the University of California system and others around the world now. And the course is called Climate Change Solutions, Bending the Curve. And it doesn't only, so it focuses on the solutions. And for that reason too, we work across different sectors of society and work through those, governance, market, regulations, ecosystem services, humanities has a big role in my course too. So we work across the sectors, go through the solutions, and this is the most popular course we have.
Is it?
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's do you have any room left if more wants to go it?
Yeah, we'll just move to a bigger place, absolutely. And it is also as a massive online course. So it is available, but I do think we need to educate also journalists, help them out with these solutions and how to frame the message. And politicians, I think education towards how we move forward.
But I think this is very interesting. You say that this is the biggest interest among your students. But if you read media, and I think many people are seeing the scientists as the one saying that this is going in a very wrong direction, how can we get science heard not only about the doom, but also about the solutions in mainstream media?
Yeah, you're the PR expert.
Yes, but you're the scientist.
But it is a communication challenge, right?
Yeah, but if I reframe it, what do you, from your perspective, why do you think it is that way? Or maybe you have a good theory on that.
While you think about it, I think that climate is way too important to talk about climate, because nowadays you will get, and I know that many people are watching this from the States, in the US, roughly half will stop listening immediately if we start talking about climate. And the others will sort of pretend to listen and say, well, this is super important, but I also got to get on with my life. I got my daily difficulties that I need to solve. So we need to talk about issues that relate to people in their daily lives. And I'm sorry, it's not going to be climate science.
I'm not so sure. I mean, society has faced huge challenges in the past, like wars, for instance, and, like fighting for equality. All types of challenges. Recently fighting about, the COVID, for instance. It's all science-based, and we're trying to work and find solutions on that. And I think it attracts interest. And I do think that this huge challenge that we're facing now, maybe I'm too blue-eyed, but maybe it can be a unifying force. I do see that there is interest and that different sectors want to gather around this, and different nations and so on too. It could be a unifying source. My closest colleague in the US who actually started the Climate Change Solutions course now, his main mission now is to seek to heal the polarized US through this common challenge, using the right type of communication, because it matters for everyone. It gets to be expensive with climate change effects. And you can have a brighter future in a healthier climate.
I think your COVID example is wonderful, because the COVID example shows that when it was a matter of my own health, life or death, or the ones that I cherish the most, my mother, my grandparents, my children, then we react. But when we say it's about the globe as a whole or somebody else, it's too far away from my daily priorities. So we need to make it science-based, but we also need to really get it close to home. Otherwise, it's not going to work.
So we can continue forever, I think. But if you have like a last sign-off, what can people do that agree with both of you in order to support science to become louder, greater, better, and something that our leaders and political leaders are respecting?
Look, this matters to everyone, and climate change is going to affect your home and your health and everything. And talk about that at the kitchen table. Don't be afraid of talking about it at your workplace and so on. I think communication is very important. So I think the biggest single easiest thing that everyone can do at all different scales is to talk about this.
And I think talk is the right word. I don't think that the loudest people win. I think that the climate deniers now are super loud, and it just hurts my ears. I'm not going to listen. But, be the role model, be the change that you want to see, because we are all influencers in our own respective spheres. And if I show the way forward, certainly people will look up to that and copy and improve.
And maybe encourage more than shaming, because
that's right.
That's
exactly.
more positive.
Great.
So with that, we're actually going to the other side of the ocean, and without flying, we're just transporting there by the magic of modern technology. And I think we were going to bring up our studio here in New York, hopefully, if the technology works. Nick, do you hear me?
Hi, hello, Stockholm.
Hello, New York. How are you doing there? Is it a great sunny morning, or what's the weather?
Yeah, the weather's not so bad, and it's going to rain a bit here for the rest of the week. But I think the atmosphere in New York with New York Climate Week is surprisingly positive. I mean, you almost have to pinch yourself and imagine that Donald Trump isn't president and nothing crazy happened in the last 6 months, right? It feels very familiar. Everyone's here, everyone's joining hands, talking about solutions, new ideas. Yeah, and in fact, I think it's been the biggest attended climate week, New York Climate Week, of all New York Climate Weeks. So I think people basically rolled up their sleeves and said, no, we're not dropping this. This is important. We're going to keep going. The world needs this, and we need it. And yeah, it's a good atmosphere.
That sounds really promising, Nick, because here in Europe, it's often when you mention what's going on in the United States, people are looking very depressed. So it's glad to see you being on the ground and reporting about something more front-leaning and positive.
Well, I think, Ingmar, there's an important thing to remember that, the United States has always been a bit fickle about climate change. As we heard from London Climate Action Week when we were there, from the former chief scientist of the UK government, now we're seeing some aspects of the real United States. They've taken off their gloves and now it's bare knuckle fighting over this issue. But there are a lot of people in the United States, I'm absolutely sure, and a lot of businesses and states and regions who understand climate change is a risk, but also a huge opportunity for a better world. And I think we're starting to see echoes and action among those positive voices, not just the negative ones.
That sounds very exciting. I'm really looking forward to all the conversations you will now have. So with that, we're going to hand over from Stockholm to New York and let you take over from here. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much, Ingmar. That's great.
And thanks to our guests here in Stockholm.
So, good morning, everyone, everywhere around the world, wherever you are, looking in on We Don't Have Time's broadcast here from New York City, from New York Climate Week 2025. We're broadcasting from something called the Nest Climate Campus. We've been here before. It's a great atmosphere here in the campus. We're glad you're tuning in, and we know this week is about coming together, not splitting apart. This is about, building on the great ideas happening all around the world and actually communicating them to each other to inspire everyone to higher ambition. We know that New York Climate Week and here at the Nest campus is, in a sense, in advance of the next UN Climate Conference, COP30, taking place in Belém in Brazil, in the Amazon. And I think a lot of people here this week in New York, but also in the run-up to New York, are looking to this UN Climate Conference to bring together the positivity happening around the world and basically putting aside the negativity fundamentally coming from one nation or one political grouping of one nation. Because let's remember, the world's at over 190 countries, not just one or two. The stakes are very high, of course. We have 5 more years in which we're supposed to halve global greenhouse gas emissions, to have a 50-50 chance of hitting the safety targets of the landmark Paris Agreement, not forgetting that, of course, we're on the anniversary this year of the Paris Climate Agreement. We mentioned that the story here is complex in the US. We thought they would be one of the world leaders running into the COP30. That's not going to happen. But really, around us right now, we're seeing businesses and communities standing up in this country as they are across many parts of the world. So let's have solidarity with our friends in the United States. So anyway, to have a little glimpse into where we are right now, we're going to meet somebody who has been central to creating this thing called the Nest Climate Campus. And this is where a lot of the conversations, but also the showcasing of action is happening. He's the CEO and the founder of the Nest Climate Campus. And we're very proud to be broadcasting here, and we're very proud to welcome him to our stage. It's Britton Jones. Hello, nice to see you, Britton.
Very nice to see you.
Yeah, come and join us here.
Happy to.
So, I understand that before you launched the Nest Climate Campus, as part of New York Climate Week, presumably, you were doing fashion events. So you're a lucky man. But what made you think that it would be good to pivot from fashion to this whole climate and climate stability, sustainability?
I had a really very talented team working with me in the fashion business, and we built out a really significant portfolio of events. And we got too big to be small and too small to be big. All of our competitors were multi-billion-dollar companies. And it just became clear that it would be good for the industry for us to move on. And when I did, I found myself with a true passion. I wasn't ready to fully retire. And I just had a real passion to try and help make the world a better place.
Right.
And was excited. I've been an outdoorsman my whole life. very aware of climate change and the threat that it represents, and wanted to do something about it. So I had the opportunity to launch the Nest Climate Campus, what's now the Nest Climate Campus.
Right.
I'm thrilled to have done so.
And when was that exactly?
So we started in 2020. We started in March of 2020, which was an awesome time to launch a new in-person event. In fact, our first meeting to launch the show never even happened in person. So it was tough to get going during the pandemic, but thankfully we stuck with it. There's great interest in events like this. And, you know, today I'm happy to say we have the Nest Climate Campus that we do today. And
yeah, it's very interesting. It's very interesting that fashion was your first, fashion was your first passion, if I can rhyme that. And climate has emerged as a passion for you as well. And of course, they have strong links, like everything. I mean, people talk about fast fashion, they talk about slow fashion, they talk about fashion in many different ways, and it's both could be a force of positivity in the world in terms of climate action. It could be a force of negativity, like so many things in life. And yeah, do you ever reflect on that? Do you ever think, oh, well, maybe we should have more fashion in the climate?
Well, it's interesting that you mentioned this, because on our main stage right now, Rainn, the CEO of Patagonia, is talking. And there's a prime example of a company that's really doing good.
Yes.
Yes, there's lots of opportunity for the fashion industry to improve in terms of its environmental responsibility. One of the things we want to get people thinking about, and I don't think enough people do think about it, is every time they spend $1, they have the ability to reward companies that are doing good things for the environment versus rewarding poor behavior when it comes to environmental responsibility.
No, I think that's very true. And I think the power of the consumer is often undernourished and underrated in terms of this, but people can vote with their feet with their spending. And I think fashion is an area in which that could be very well expressed, because people have real choices there, don't they? And but I think you're right with the Patagonia thing. I think that's important to have their voice. I think it's important to also have some of the fashion leaders speaking out. I mean, Stella McCartney, for example, has spoken out many times.
Eileen Fisher, there are a number of people in the fashion industry who are really doing a commendable and important and substantive initiatives in terms of becoming more sustainable and more resilient. We're actually showing, there's a film called Let Them Be Naked that's showing tomorrow afternoon here on the campus, which talks, many people don't really understand how the fossil fuel industry is such a big part of the materials that all our clothes are made of.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. No, that's a very important point. And this whole sort of, some parts of the fashion industry have been making clothes now, which kind of, it's the same shape, it fits all sizes. It's just got some elasticity in there made from plastic that allows it to fit a slightly bigger person or a slightly smaller person.
Yes.
It's cheap for the fashion industry, or cheaper for them to do that. But it's not maybe cheap for the planet, because you can't recycle these clothes.
No, it's really, really true. And I think, again, trying to heighten awareness as to how impactful, what a negative impact fast fashion really has on the environment. It's interesting because a lot of the younger people are the ones that are most excited and committed to the climate movement.
Yeah.
And they're terribly aware as to the fact that we are on track to leave them a planet in not very good shape.
Yes.
And yet there's a lot of appeal because it's less expensive and people like to change up their wardrobes. But I think with greater education will come more impact from that community as well.
Yes, I think so too. And it's complex as well, because many of these people making these products are, in the so-called developing world, Vietnam, China, other places, Bangladesh. And for them, these fashion jobs represent an income.
Yes.
And maybe if they themselves were more educated about what was going on with the products that they make, they might rise up in their factories and say, no, we want to make them more sustainably. Can we do it? And so it's a whole supply chain and a consumer purchase decision.
Yeah, and
running
you
around
know,
the world.
with so many things, it's economies of scale.
Yeah.
And as more and more people are scrubbing
Yeah.
their supply chain and trying to find more responsible,
Yeah.
more natural resources to
Yeah.
use in their products, it becomes more economic
Yeah.
for all the others to come along. But, you know, the communications industry, I think, can play a huge role here. And historically, there's been so much greenwashing, which has really probably set the climate community back a bit. But there's a positive role for the communications industry to play as well.
Yes.
And that's with true education and inspiration.
Yes, yes, yes. Well, that's what we try to do when we don't have time.
And you
we
do
like
it
to
well.
We like to see our glass, the glass being half full rather than half empty.
Right.
And we occasionally do spank sectors of the economy that are doing crazy things. We spanked the banks actually a couple of years ago for speaking out of both sides of their mouths. You know, one
Yes.
side we're all green, the other side, here's the money for the fossil fuel industry. We'll work, just make a decision one way or the other. Don't, you know, speak out of both sides of your mouth. But normally it's focusing on, yeah, the positivity, the change that
Exactly.
millions of people are doing around the world through startup companies, through mainstream companies that are changing their business models. And they're so invested in this. I can't imagine, you know, I mean, it's fascinating being a European looking at the United States right now with the current administration. Every time I look at this, I keep thinking, who's going to lose on this one? Is it the world, or is it the people of America being set back, you know, 10 years in a journey which most of the rest of the world have understood is a positive journey for everybody?
Yes.
You know,
It absolutely is.
and that's what worries me.
You know, and I think one of the things we're celebrating here on the Nest Climate Campus is the fact that despite all the terrible headlines, and there are a lot of really bad things going on in the United States right now in terms of climate and environmental responsibility, there's still a lot of really important and impactful work being done. And we need to celebrate that and really help people understand that all their actions, no matter how seemingly small, in the aggregate really do make a difference. And if we all do our part, the cumulative impact will be very substantial.
Exactly. And America is a part of the story, along with Europe and China and other places that have meant that things like solar power and wind power, particularly solar power now, is over 40% cheaper now than the cheapest fossil fuel alternative. Once you have those economics, how can anybody go back? It doesn't make any sense anymore.
It is undeniable at this point.
All right. Well, look, it's a great pleasure to meet you. And
Likewise.
we really like the work that you're doing. And I was going to ask you what you did before you did fashion events. Maybe you did some, maybe you were I don't know, a bareback rider in a rodeo. I have no idea, but we never got around to that. But thank you very much for also hosting us. And we're delighted to be here and among you.
My pleasure, and we're honored to have you here. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. So now I'd like to welcome on stage David Elson. He's a colleague, but more importantly, or equally importantly, he co-founded We Don't Have Time in Stockholm, Sweden, with Ingmar Rentzhog, and both the platform as we know it, and also now increasingly, we're a broadcast channel. David, this is a bit of a preview, I suppose, of the week. And so anything you're looking forward to this week on our stage here at the Nest campus, or anything happening around New York Climate Week?
Well, in particular, what is going to happen here at the Nest and in our broadcasts. You know, we're doing 3 live sessions this day, tomorrow, and Thursday, and they're going to be packed with amazing conversations and insights, I think, around the state of the world, as it were, right now, the state of the climate campaigning. And there's although there's a lot of pushback right now, there's always these interesting initiatives that keep popping up, and that are really grassroots and dependent on people being sort of. There are a lot of people care about this issue.
Yeah.
And that will show in policies coming when the politicians realize that they have this support. In particular, for instance, you know that Microsoft, they are canceling Windows 10, and that's a huge waste problem. And there are a lot of campaigns popping up, grassroots campaigns to stop that. And we're going to talk about that on Wednesday, I think.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. I mean, they're stopping the updates, the automatic free updates. So it means that your computer after October could well be vulnerable to having no security and be attacked. And they're doing this because they want you to either upgrade your computer, sell your computer, buy a new one, and move to Windows 11. And it's absolutely absurd. And the fact is, half the world's personal computers are Windows 10 right now. So it's not a marginal topic. So we're going to hear about that. I think that's a really fascinating avenue of climate change, waste, all the resources that make a computer suddenly trash prematurely when they could go on for several more years. And that's really important.
So important to design for circularity and longevity of products, right?
Exactly.
And this is sort of software, killing software for linearity.
Yeah. Then I think we were chatting before, you're quite interested in, we've got our friends Munters from Sweden, AI and data centers and cooling.
No, you'd think, I mean, cooling, it's a very engineer-driven company, Munters, and they have these top-of-the-line product and consultancy for cooling. And usually it's been used in industries, you know, and a very little-known company. But what they're experiencing now is an absolute massive boom for their services because of the AI boom. We recently heard about, yesterday I think it was, NVIDIA are going to invest $100 billion in OpenAI. So, you know, millions of gigawatts are going to be rolled out, built in capacity. And Munters, they're a company who are really experiencing this boom. And they have the know-how and the technology to make this as energy efficient as possible, which we must.
No, absolutely. I mean, cooling is something, I mean, what's happening is there's a double whammy happening here, right? So we've got climate change, which is raising global temperatures. And then on top of that, we got AI comes popping along. And suddenly we're being like a tsunami of energy demand. Now, of course, if it's all renewable energy, that's great, but I don't know what proportion of it isn't renewable energy. So you've got all these extra emissions that we didn't expect.
No, it's like everyone,
It's like there was always the same with climate change. It's like you squeeze here in one place and something pops up somewhere else that you didn't think about, right? So
everyone's chasing the white AI rabbit, as it were, right? But while everyone's talking about AI and other threats to humanity, we still have very much the climate crisis looming over us, and really it's something we experience every day. And while everyone is chasing the AI rabbit, that leads to increased emissions that you point out. But we need to sort of balance that, because AI can be a massive opportunity as well.
That's exactly right. So this is the kernel of the whole thing. How do we create AI for good? Because I see that Simon Stiell, who's the head of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, so the UN body that oversees the whole climate treaty process, and is the host of or is running the UN Climate Conference COP30 in Brazil with the Brazilians. He's written in the Guardian newspaper that he thinks if we can manage the risk down of AI could really benefit the fight against climate change, perhaps by using its intelligence, as it were, to manage the complexity of national electricity grids, so they can integrate wind and solar with a bit of nuclear, with a bit of this, bit of that, and function more efficiently. So he thinks it could be a powerful source of good. And handled in the right way. Of course.
That's amazing.
What I was going to ask you, David, was so how do we reflect, in a sense, on what is happening here in the United States? I mean, we're in New York City, but it seems kind of incredibly normal, doesn't it?
Yeah. Life goes on as usual, right? When you're here in New York, but we read in the news what's happening in the broader context.
Yeah.
I would say that, I mean, America is an old democracy in a sense. That's a modern democracy. And I see America as an extremely resilient democracy. It has strong institutions and it has a vibrant democratic culture. It's quite telling that even when there was a cancellation of a nighttime host, that even conservative voices pushed back on that. And now Jimmy Kimmel been reinstated by Disney for his show. So I think you can only try the system that much. There is resilience. And also politics. It always comes and goes in, different phases.
Yeah.
There's a thesis, antithesis sort of movement there. So I'm hopeful for the future, although it's scary and strange in the moment. And just to round off the reality of climate change, the climate crisis, it's not going anywhere.
No.
No, it's not. You can fire any statistics advisor or head of statistics bureau as much as you want, but you're just painting yourself in a corner of not knowing what's going on in the world, and reality will bite back.
But there is one reality as well, isn't there? That at the very moment, I mean, a lot of things are trying to undermine the science of climate change in the USA. And actually, this isn't just American science. We've learned from our various shows. It's also European scientists have contributed to all this because they're global assessments often, or the inputs come from around the globe. And so it's kind of so bizarre because the Europeans are not going to stop doing their science. The Chinese are not going to stop doing the science. There are Africans doing science. There's Asians doing science. There's people all over the world doing science. It's not going to stop. So why try to imagine you could do that?
Try to stop. Well, it's not going to stop. But obviously, you can do enormous damage in
the
shutting down the sort of things we need to collect this science and collect this data. I'm thinking of. We're going to have the World Meteorological Organization
session.
That's on Thursday, I think. And they're an organization that informs the IPCC with weather data and climate data.
IPCC being the big assessment of what's happening to climate change from scientists all around the world.
But not only that, all the local weather services, everything. When you log into your phone just to watch what's the weather in the city you're traveling to. That data also is something that's provided by these systems. And goes for all industries.
It's critical for farming and the insurance industry and all kinds of.
And it's sort of a global commons that when you take away these satellite systems or defund the WMO, we lose that data. And that's detrimental to the whole GDP, even though you don't care about climate. So it all hangs together.
And just slightly while we start wrapping up here, but I mean, on the other side, we do have, I think, 110 world leaders here in New York for the UN General Assembly and this special climate change sort of summit, which I think the UN Secretary General's organized. 110 are coming. And, hopefully they are going to underline their ambition on climate change. And I think that's relevant. And I see that there was a big event yesterday where the European Commissioner underlined something I just said to our last guest, which is that solar now it's actually the number she used was 41% cheaper than the nearest cheapest fossil fuel. Well, the gap is huge now. I mean, so, it's game over, really, for the fossil fuel industry, which is why probably they're fighting so aggressively right now.
Yes, they're scared. One other interesting fact is that there's a journalism project that's gained quite a lot of attention, and it's the 89% project. And global surveys show that in a majority of countries, 80 to 89% of the population want their politicians to do more about climate change.
Yeah.
And this is getting lost somehow. I don't know how, but it needs to be, this insight needs to carry through to the world leaders gathering here in New York.
Yeah.
So that they understand that they have a mandate to act.
Does the UN Development Program have a hand in this project or not? Or is it
No, I don't
somewhere
think,
else?
but I'm not
Because
sure.
they've also done
It's a
some
journalistic project.
yeah, because they've also done some large-scale surveys of public opinion, and they kind of echo some of these numbers as well. Just mentioned UNDP as their partner with us here. Okay, so I think we will see what emerges from our shows over the next few days. But, again, in line with our campaign, Make Science Great Again, we do have a lot of science sessions, don't we? You mentioned the World Meteorological Organization. We have 3 fantastic women on this week on how to communicate the science of climate change to the public. They feel there's a deficit there. And I think we have some other sessions in which that is happening too. So we're fully on that, but we've decided to be a bit more polite in this country at this moment because of the polarity on flashing around our little red caps. If anybody's been watching our show, we have those. We may have some in a bag here, but we've kept them undercover. We may bring them out in some celebratory moments, but we realize that humor here right now in a very sensitive, polarized America maybe doesn't resonate quite as well as we hoped it might do. So we're playing it safe.
Those are the times we live in, but we will change those times by really advocating for those scientists. And what's at basis with our campaign, Make Science Great Again? It's quite rational and clear, actually. It's just global governance needs to have a firm foundation in science and data.
And we're also saying that people can't go around patenting make something great again. Anybody can say it because we all want to make those things really great, not just as a cynical statement of making things worse. Okay, well, I think we're very close to the end here, David. Thanks very much for joining us. And we have a good team here, and I think we're going to put on a good show, and I think everyone's looking forward to it. So thanks for being with us, and you'll be invisible from now onwards.
I will be behind the levers and
behind the levers and the steam engines and the machines that are doing that sort of thing.
Of course, we have our little own power plant running on code to power everything.
It's a very green one.
Green code.
Absolutely. Okay, thanks, David. That's really great.
Thank you, Nick.
Okay,
thank you.
Bye.
Find liberals.
Exactly.
Really
Hi,
happy.
and welcome back to the Climate Hub. We are coming live to you from New York City, where we made a home in the nest here at the Climate Week New York City 2025. And when you imagine the future, what do you see? If you are an environmentalist like me, and if you're somewhat hopeful, you might envision a future where we have combated global warming, where we have stop deforestation, there's no plastic in our oceans, there's plenty of clean water to drink, we have healthy and beautiful air to breathe, and we have figured it out. But what would it take to achieve such a future? You may be surprised to hear that we do have the answer to that question, and it's called Becoming Nature Positive. Nature Positive is a global goal to halt and reverse nature loss by 2030, and with nature's full recovery to be achieved by 2050. To help us understand what it would take to reach that goal, the Nature Positive Initiative released a book this year called Becoming Nature Positive. And here to tell us more about that initiative and about the book, we have two fantastic guests. We have Marco Lambertini, the convener of the Nature Positive Initiative and also the lead author and commissioning editor of the book. Welcome.
Thank you.
And then we have Carlos Manuel Rodriguez, CEO and chairperson of the Global Environment Facility, who also contributed the chapter on nature positive governance to Becoming Nature Positive.
A pleasure to be here.
So, Marco, the name of this new book is Becoming Nature Positive. Some critics say that it's a term that's sort of just becoming another buzzword, which we obviously don't want. So, what would be your answer to that challenge?
Thank you. Well, look, the answer, you gave the answer in your introduction because you explain actually what nature positive means. And when people ask me what nature positive means, the first thing I say, I tell you what it doesn't mean and what it is not. And it is not a buzzword. It is not a catchphrase. It's not another eco word. It's actually a measurable goal. Exactly as you described in your introduction. It's about halting and reversing biodiversity loss, nature loss, by 2030, or a 2020 baseline, so we have a reference point, and give us a direction in order to recover, to protect the nature that exists on the planet today, and to recover the one that we degraded or lost in the coming years. So it's a very measurable goal. But in simple terms, it means a nature positive future is a future with more nature, no less. So that means reversing the trend that we've been seeing in the last, particularly 100 years, and particularly 50, 60 years, where our economy, our society has developed at the expenses of nature. And every year there is less nature on the planet. And we realize today that becoming nature positive as a society, as an economy, as individuals, the way we think about ourselves in the world, it's not just something nice to do. It's not something that we do for an abstract planet. Something necessary, absolutely critical for our own survival and well-being, for our children's future. We depend on nature more than nature depends on us. Until now, we have been taking nature for granted. And I think it's time to stop and value nature for what it gives us, immense services, and manage it properly, use it, of course, sustainably, and become a nature positive economy and society.
So for me, it's a new narrative altogether. It's about recognizing that we are nature. It's not something that exists outside of us, and we rely on nature for our survival, and we don't have to kill the thing that we depend on to create more growth, to create more abundance. And so it's almost like, completely shifting that narrative and approaching a different kind of goal.
Well, that's the development paradox of today, and with Carlos Manuel, we were talking about this earlier on. This is the development paradox of today. It's an economy that is destroying the source of its foundation. It's an economy that consumes what actually keeps the economy going. Natural resources, natural services. So it's a cultural revolution. It's a paradigm shift. It's stopping taking nature for granted, abandoning the delusional idea that you can take, overexploit, waste without consequences. And actually becoming nature positive future, becoming nature positive, and a nature positive future is the only people positive possible future.
It's not a buzzword, it's a paradigm shift. I love that. Carlos Manuel, you are the former Costa Rican Environment and Energy Minister. And so I wonder, how do you see the nature positive ambitions sitting in the Sustainable Development Agenda? Are we seeing real progress on the ground, or does most of the work still lie ahead?
Well, nature conservation is in the center of the Sustainable Development Goals, without any doubt, even though there are 2 or 3 very specific targets within the SDG that talks about the ocean and nature. Definitely the whole life system is supported by nature. And here's where we need to understand that we need to manage nature as as we manage all the very important human assets, the human capital, the financial capital, the cultural capital. Unfortunately, our economic model, as Marco indicated, aims for unlimited growth without the recognition of planetary boundaries. We can provide enough food, enough energy, enough well-being to everybody in the planet without destroying nature. And this is the paradigm shift towards a circular economy where we put nature conservation as important as human development and as the natural capital. Unfortunately, we don't connect the dot. Unfortunately, our leaders don't pay attention to scientists. Unfortunately, we have a major market failure at the global level and a major institutional failure that has not been able to fully recognize and value the benefits of nature. And this is what this book is all about.
So you're saying the work still lies ahead, basically?
Yes.
Yeah.
And just to add to what Carlos Manuel said, today, incredibly, we value nature. We put an economic value on nature only when it's dead. Think about it. You know, a tree becomes valuable when it's cut down, traded, turned into furniture or building material. A fish when it's killed on your plate. While the tree is alive and produces so many benefits from preventing soil erosion, regulating climate, regulating water flow, the fish maintain the ecosystem of the ocean, so important for all of us, valued zero. I mean, that's got to change.
And the change of paradigm is based on a paradox, which is the fact that at the end of the day, what we humans need is not money to finance actions to save nature, it generate more political coherence in our development policies. Today, all nations of the world invest 144 times more resources in activities that generate deforestation than what they are investing in protecting nature. So it's not a matter of we don't have the technology, it's not a matter of we don't have the financial resources, is that the institutional, well, this is the part of my chapter where I highlight the need that going from nature negative into nature positive needs a major change in how societies has organized governments. Governments is an abstract concept. You don't see it, you don't feel it, but it's a wonderful idea from humans to organize themselves. And in governments, we try to solve common problems, health, education, housing. Environment is an important one. And the way that we have addressed it has been a big failure. Otherwise, we won't be losing nature as we are losing at this point. So this book presents ideas of what is the right institutional framework or what is the right political dialogue at the country level that we need to have in order to do the institutional changes so we avoid that confrontation of agendas within ministers of, for example, ministers of agriculture and ministers of environment.
It's the epitome of short-term thinking, right? It's then you put value on nature only when you can extract something from it. And we have to have almost this awakening of a sort where like, okay, let's actually look at the bigger picture and what we're doing to ourselves here.
It is short-term thinking for sure. It's one of the big problems of our species. But it is also the fact that we grew up in a dominant and honestly, living in nature until it's hard. So we've been extracting ourselves from nature in a way to protect ourselves. But actually, we've gone so much too far that now, by destroying nature, we're destroying ourselves. And so it's an interesting trajectory. This is what I talk about in my first chapter, where we talk about the rise of humanity, because it's undeniable that humanity has made a lot of progress in many different ways. Just at the beginning of the 20th century, the average life expectancy globally was below 50 years old. Now it's almost 80. So, the nature negative economy of the last couple of centuries and before as well, but particularly the last couple of years, has generated a lot of progress, improved well-being. But we forgot one thing, that the rise of humanity was paralleled by the great decline of nature. And we lost sight of that. Now we are beginning to wake up and understand that actually that is in itself a threat to future development, but also to maintain the development that we have achieved until now. That's my second chapter, the great awareness, the great awakening, the fact that we understand the value of nature in a different way, we understand the value of nature for food security, climate security, water security. And of course, then there is the other more general principle I'm very passionate about, I feel very strongly, and I know Carlos Manuel too, about the intrinsic value of nature. So nature, you cannot just put a price on nature, because some dimensions of nature are invaluable. The intrinsic value they want to give us in terms of inspiration, in terms of, so also we are at the point now where after this great rise at the expenses of nature, the decline is so clear, is so evident, and the consequences and the risks are so clear that this great awakening is bringing us to the moment, as I call it in my third chapter, of the great choice. Are we going to continue as business as usual, nature negative, hoping for the best that we know that won't be good at all, ignoring science that is telling us, guys, nature is going to fight back, it's going to hit you back? Or we're going to really embrace change in an exciting and positive way and drive a transition, a great transition, probably the greatest transition humanity has ever embraced. First, culturally, stop taking nature for granted, stop separating ourselves from nature. And secondly, economically and systemically, produce and consume in a way which is within the planetary boundaries. The funny thing is that not only is possible, but it's necessary, and it's the only way out. So the great choice is today, and the great choice is ours.
I love that, the great choice. And I think it's something you're touching upon that I really want to highlight, is that for a long time, we thought the way to protect ourselves was to protect ourselves from nature, to extract from, because nature was scary and uncertain and all these things. So like our society has been developed in that sort of narrative, in that, framework. And so I think, from my own opinion, that we have to stop the finger pointing and the blaming, because we get so stuck in just honing and even let's just hold on to what we know, because we created this and we should be proud of it and all these different things. But we cannot recognize that, wow, that was good on us for creating this amazing society. But now we also know that it's not going to sustain ourselves. We actually have to invite nature as an ally. It's not something to be protected from anymore.
And the good news is that nature loss and climate change are two sides of the same coin. So the same way that we invest in protecting and restoring nature, going from nature negative into positive, will help us achieve also our global climate targets. So I strongly believe that when I hear people say about the triple planetary crisis, loss of biodiversity, climate change, and pollution, I said, no, we got one, and it's very big. One big global ecological challenge. And that has to do with this irrational economic system, once more, a system that doesn't recognize that there are planetary boundaries and that we can live in harmony with nature. And for that, we don't need to sacrifice growth. We don't need to sacrifice well-being. On the contrary, it is a moral imperative, but also it is a good economic choice for all of us. So these books opens for discussion and opens minds for a new approach on how we should restore nature. There are many countries that have lost nature in probably the last 40, 50 years, and they've been able in the last decade to restore nature at the same time that they triple their income per capita and grow and human well-being expand. So we got very concrete examples here and there on how a society can really make the best out of protecting and restoring nature.
Yeah. I love that. And Marco, you came up with the idea of writing this book. Do you want to share just what inspired the book? What will people walk away with? And why are you giving it away for free this year? Because
so the idea behind the book, and I mean, this is a collective effort. Carlos Manuel is one author, one co-author. There are other co-authors. There's an introduction set of chapters written by myself, and then we talk about nature positive science with Joe Bull from Oxford University, Nature Positive Society with Harvey Locke and others from different regions of the world, looking at the cultural dimensions of nature positive business, Eva Zabeyo, Business for Nature, Nature Positive Finance, from Dorothy Mazeke from the African Natural Capital Coalition, and then Carlos Manuel on Nature Positive Governance. So we try to capture in this book all the dimensions of nature positive, particularly all the, if you like, ingredients that are needed to really become an energy-positive society, try to make clear, first of all, the urgency and the importance, the necessity of this transition. Secondly, the fact that it's possible, and we know how to do it already. We need to protect more. We need to restore as much as we can of what we lost. We need to transition key economic, nature-negative economic sectors of today to economic, nature-positive practices. And then, Carlos Manuel mentioned it too, redirecting financial flow to support the transition, because the transitions are, challenging. Transitions are full of uncertainties. And back to what we just discussed, imagine all the people that have lived through the last 50 years, we're seeing a lot of progress, technological well-being. Suddenly we're going to say, oh, no, that all is all wrong. You need to change everything, ditch everything. What is the alternative? So we need to actually present a clear alternative, which is positive, exciting, which would build on the progress, not dismiss the progress until today, but build on the progress of today, until today, and build a new trajectory. We can write the next chapter of humanity's history book, and that chapter has got to be a nature-positive chapter, because nature is the foundation of everything, not because we love pandas or the elephants more than people.
Right.
Because sometimes there is a tendency of say, oh, you focus on nature, not on people. No, by focusing on nature, you focus on people. Actually, is the best way to focus on people.
Yes. And one of the biggest political challenges that we are confronted with is that the global mean average age from our world leaders, probably Marcos and my age. Unfortunately, none of those world leaders thinks like Marco. Otherwise, we won't be in the problem that we have today. We need to understand that there needs to be a generational change as well. This is part of the equation. We need a generational change, particularly in those young kids from the global south that feel that their future has been compromised by the consumption and production patterns of their predecessors. And I'm totally confident that political will, dealing with institutional failure, creating the positive incentives and changing some perverse incentives, we still invest much more money destroying planet Earth than in saving planet Earth. And that will not happen with our actual leaders in the private or in the public sector. The leaders in the public sector are more concerned on tanks than trees. And the leaders in the private sector are not willing to assume any risk and want high profits. This is where the new generation of citizens, particularly in the global south, in the 20 years, 4 out of every 10 people in this planet will be living in Africa. And this is the continent where we need to really concentrate our efforts so that new generation can be an agent of change at the same time that we deal with the multiple global elements. So these books brings to the public attention ways by which we can break this kind of vicious circle of not being able to have the political guts to do the system change. And we believe that that system change is not only viable, but it's a moral imperative.
And I think system change in general, is inevitable. Is inevitable. And so either we embrace the change or we drive it, or change will be imposed on us by nature. And we've seen it already. Floods, the sheer force of nature. When nature unleashes sheer force, it's nothing you can do. You don't really want to be you don't really want to pick up a fight with nature. We got to understand that change is inevitable, and the only option we have is to embrace change now to really drive it and avoid the consequences. People will not be able to deny any longer the impacts of climate change and nature loss very soon. In fact, even already today, although they're still denialists, incredibly. But and so it's a question of taking a proactive, positive, and that's the message of the book: action, positive, excitement for a new direction, new transition, and a nature-positive future.
I feel so optimistic speaking with the two of you, and I don't want to bring this down, but walking over here, I got a text from my neighbor back home saying, are you seeing Trump on the news who's saying climate change is a hoax and there's some green propaganda? And I'm like, what's new, right? So I'm saying that because, to your point, maybe we need younger leaders in the world. Maybe leaders right now are just sitting at home and thinking, what can we do? Like, this cannot continue to happen. So do you have any answers? I mean, both of you, especially Carlos Manuel, you wrote the chapter on the governance for positive nature. What does it look like to actually implement that in practice? Like, what is some governance that we should be working towards?
Yes.
You mentioned some, but
I think that one of the main topics of this book is to really open the eyes to many people, particularly those who has power of decision, to understand that the way societies has organized the central government has not been positive to nature. On the contrary, it has been a very negative impact to nature. So we found that the fact that we are investing much more resources in activities that destroy nature than on the contrary has to do with the fact on how we have organized the executive branch. We normally divide the management of natural resources within 3 or 4 different agencies. And these 3 or 4 agencies don't talk, they don't communicate within each other, and they got very different views. The ministers of energy, they think very different to the ministers of environment, and the same with the ministers of agriculture. And them all together need to implement the Paris Agreement, the Montreal Kunming Biodiversity Framework, and many other global elements. That is impossible. That would not be possible, even though you may have an enlightened leader like a president or prime minister. If the structure of the decision-making process in the executive branch works on silos, you'll have investments on silos, and that has proven to be very negative to nature. Integration and coherence are 2 elements that we have seen in other sectors, like health, like education, like the finance. So we strongly believe that nature can be managed the same way humans have learned how to improve health. I mean, in 1840, the mean average age of a human was 35 years, and look where we are right now.
Right.
This is due to science, and this is due to changes. And the same thing will happen with nature. We will be nature positive after 2030, and we will learn on how to prosper based on that.
so I've been let known that we have to wrap here very shortly, but I want to just give you both the stage real quick. We're at here in New York City during the UN General Assembly, where both nature protection and environmental stewardship are on the global agenda. So I would say, what are your hopes for this year? And if you have any messages to leaders or to the public that you want them to walk away with to work towards nature positive, what would that be?
Well, we probably are extremely surprised to see that not only the scientists, but also the economists has been telling how important nature is for human well-being and for global macroeconomics. But in a matter of half a year, all the priorities has changed dramatically, from having climate and nature as top priorities for the private sector and for human well-being, all the way to the bottom of them. And in moments where we need to mobilize financial resources from all sources, we need a strong leadership. Leadership that understands the paradox within the short-term benefits and the longer-term benefits of protecting nature and being able to do this system change towards a circular economy. So I strongly believe that we live in a very volatile world. I strongly believe also that if we don't blow it up in the next decade, we will make it through, because there will be, a new generation, new instruments, and new approaches. And before it gets very, very dark, before dawn. And this is what is happening. The old system is dying little by little. So it's a dark age
That's
as
optimism
we come to the bright new day.
Love that.
And to the public, Carlos Manuel talked about the leadership. We need the leadership, absolutely. And I think the public has a great role in creating and pushing the leadership by raising their voices, by making clear to their leaders, whoever they vote for, whoever party they support, whoever politician they like, tell them, we vote you, but we care for the environment. because the majority of the people in the world do care for the environment. And today, a lot of the government elected are disregarding the environment against the feeling of their people. I think the people need to come together in a more coordinated way, raise their voice, and send a clear signal saying that whatever you think on other topics on the environment, we're really united. And we understand that this is the best life insurance for our children, protecting nature, restoring nature, using sustainably nature resources, becoming nature positive.
It's the great choosing. Use your voices. Step out to your leadership.
Thank
Thank
you so
both
much.
so much.
Thank
Get
you
the
so
book.
much.
It's a beautiful book.
Thanks to you.
Can't wait to read it.
Thank you, Marco.
For that. We're going. Hi, welcome on stage. Rainn, you just received the Climate Communications Award from We Don't Have Time and the Solar Energy Industries Association for the way that you used your platform to communicate climate to a broader audience. Congratulations.
Amazing. I love awards. I never won any Emmys, so now's my chance.
This is more important, if I can just say
This
that.
is way more important than a stupid Emmy.
So a big reason for this is your work with the Climate Basecamp. Can you tell us a little bit about what that is?
Sure. Well, I got to know Dr. Gail Whiteman here, who is a climate communicator specialist, also part scientist. I think there's
full-time scientist.
Full-time scientist as well. I got to know her from her work with Arctic Basecamp. And so we spun off this organization, Climate Basecamp, simply to focus on kind of out-of-the-box climate communication. So on social media, digital storytelling, narrative, live events, we are working hard to communicate climate information, urgency in new ways with comedy and storytelling, color, with music, harnessing the arts. And I'm just so thrilled that I got to meet Gail and start to go on this crazy journey.
Is this, I saw something like a year ago or so with some hot dog being handed out. Is that part of Climate Basecamp?
Yeah, we had an event that was really fun, and we did it with this other great environmental climate studio called Yellow Dot. And it was a hot dog truck, a vegan hot dog truck, mind you.
Important.
And all of the names of the variations of the hot dogs were climate urgency, like, and really arresting climate facts. Do you remember some of them?
Yes, like the amount of Greenland that's melting, which is 17 million bottles a second.
Yes, so you'd have the 17 million liter bottles of Greenlandic ice melting per second burger.
With mustard.
Okay, so
in order to get the hot dog, you had to say the climate fact.
Oh, like reiterate that. It's pretty impactful. I love that. Creative.
It was funny, but also hopefully at the end of seeing the video, you're like, whoa, this kind of ups the stakes a little bit.
So Gail, as a co-founder of the Climate Basecamp, you've led creative campaigns like Save the how do I say that? Save the
flavors?
Save the flavors and Save the Echolocate. Echolocate?
No.
I'm not saying that right.
No, maybe that's a new one. Are you launching a new? Wow, we should do that.
Save the things you love.
Okay.
Yeah. Those are
Sorry about that. These
No,
are
it's
just new
quite all right.
questions. I'm
Quite
just
all right.
reading
It's
off
good,
the
it's
script.
good.
Tell us
Yeah.
about Save the Flavors.
Yeah,
You
tell
know,
us about
I'm a social scientist. So what I do is I take the natural science data and I try to make it understandable, often for big companies and the World Economic Forum. But working with Rainn and also our other co-founder, Chuck Tatham, who's a comedy writer, we really realize the power is to change culture and to speak science to culture. So as opposed to saying, I've got all these science facts and you need to know them all, what we've done instead is said, what do real people pay attention to, and try and make it relevant so that they understand things in a fun way, perhaps a sometimes worrying way, but in a way that really breaks through the clutter. So we're not just speaking to the 10% of people that are interested in this issue. We're actually talking to the movable middle, most of the people.
And movable middle is a phrase that we turn to a lot. It's pointless to argue with climate science deniers. They're never going to change their mind.
Exactly.
And they're picking and choosing the science they quote unquote believe in.
Right.
Science doesn't really need you to believe in it or not to believe in it. It just is.
Selective hearing.
And too many people working on climate and environmental communications make it about preaching to the choir, you know, making content for people who are already invested. But what about the middle?
Right.
There's a good 20, 30%, especially the people in the United States, they just don't know what's up with climate. They know something's going on. They can feel the weather getting more extreme. They can feel the heat increasing. They're not sure what to believe. They don't trust the government. They don't trust the media. So how do you make comment that hits them right where it counts?
Right. And so speaking to the movable middle, there's a lot of psychology involved in climate communication. And I think many times the narrative is very shame infused and people don't even want to hear it because then they feel like, oh, now I have to change my ways and I have to sacrifice things that I love. Is that something you also try to talk to, where infusing humor into it makes it a little bit more just reachable in a way?
Well, I think, you know, if I could jump in, Rainn, you know, before I became a scientist, I worked in marketing and advertising. And the first number one rule is who's your target audience and what is relevant to them and in what language do you need to speak to them? So not about what we think they should know or be interested in, or the words that I might use in different audiences. It's really starting with that and working our way backwards to make things entertaining, but also it's sometimes worrying. So it's not about only making things fun, but what it is about is trying to deliver messages in different ways as opposed to just doom and gloom.
Right.
That's right. And I heard a fun fact. Do you want to hear this?
Always.
A story communicates a fact 22 times more effectively. So what's a story I can tell you to communicate this fact? So there's a guy with 22 fax machines taking them to a garage sale to sell them. And now you'll remember that it's 22 times more effective to communicate facts through storytelling.
Right.
See what I did there?
Yes, I
But
did. Does
does she remember what a fax machine is?
Have you ever seen a fax machine before?
Every time people ask me to fax something, I'm like, who uses fax machines anymore? But I do know they exist.
We need to bring them back.
Yeah, bring back the fax machine.
And beepers.
Oh, I love a beeper.
I would actually do a beeper instead of my phone, truth be told. In a recent Time profile earlier this year, you spoke about experiencing climate change firsthand when wildfires nearly destroyed your home. How has that personal experience shaped how you talk about climate change?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Say it again.
In a recent Time profile earlier this year.
You talked about the fires?
Yes.
Yeah, so I have evacuated houses 4 times in 6 years.
Oh, wow.
My wife and I have a cabin in the mountains of Oregon. We have homes. We had a home in 2 different places in Southern California. And 4 times we've had to evacuate in 6 years. 4 times I've well, recently I lost half my house to what's called the mountain fire out in Ventura County. We're still rebuilding almost a year later. And it's terrifying. There is almost nothing scarier than standing at your house. Like I was this summer at our cabin, and less than a mile away, a wall of orange glow. And you can see embers coming through the sky. And you know it's coming in your direction. And your poor house is there. I'm hosing down the roof. Now, fortunately, I didn't suffer anything like people who actually lost their homes, or people like in Paradise, California, where their entire community was wiped off the map. But we're going to be seeing this more and more as we shift between extreme drought and extreme wetness. If you have years of extreme drought and then you have years of extreme rain, the way the undergrowth is going to grow is going to be leave itself open for some very dramatic fires. So it really hit home for me. And I think that is one thing that the movable middle can understand is the increase in extreme weather events and the emotional impact it has on people and communities and also on nature itself.
And also on your things like your pets. You had to move a lot of your animals and
Yes.
so on. And that's really painful. And that's something everybody can really relate to.
Everybody can get behind pets.
Pets.
Something having to do
Love
with pets.
I'm like dogs myself. But there's a not so fun fact, which is I heard yesterday, the wildfires in the Arctic are what's creating a lot of the problems on extreme weather around the world. But here in New York, last year and this year, when the wildfires come down, of course, people really, really, really can taste it, quite frankly. But the amount of wildfires that are actually burning in the Arctic, one of the leaders from Alaska told me yesterday, it is the size of California, Oregon, and Washington State.
Wow.
That much was burning. If you take the circumpolar Arctic, that is a huge amount. So when you bring it into perspective in a story, like your story, but then also zooming out to another story, a larger story, I think people understand it more than there are wildfires somewhere.
So there's this saying where we're not going to wake up to climate change until it comes knocking on your door, and having a wildfire approach your house is literally it knocking on your door. But then there's also this fascinating fact where people who just lived through a disaster, they're not really willing to talk about climate change because at that moment they're so frail and they just want to get back to normalcy. So there's the tricky part of where does that storytelling come in? How do we pick up people who may now have woken up to the realization that the weather is changing and things are getting more extreme, but then how do we make them an ally? How do we actually make them feel like they can participate in co-creating something different? Because that's really where the gap needs to be filled.
Yeah, if I could kick off on that, Rainn, I think the first thing is who's the target audience? Because people that experience crisis, depending on their demographics, their culture, you can talk about it in very different ways. With Arctic Basecamp, we have an online platform, and we actually are targeting impacted communities in Africa, Asia, and Latin America, getting well over 2.5 million unique visitors a year. And you can actually really say to them, do you want to know why you are getting floods, fires, droughts, increases in diseases like dengue or Zika virus? And they want to know the facts. If you come back and you look at other audiences, whether it's in the US, maybe you don't use the word climate whatsoever. You use extreme weather. And also, it's not just about mitigation, it's also about adaptation. And 100% people want to know how to adapt. How do I protect my home next time? How do I do all kinds of stuff? So crisis management, they're interested in, and then you have to work your way back.
Well said.
Sorry, I thought you maybe wanted to add something there. So,
but I guess all the questions you're asking really have to do with this key element.
Right.
We are losing the battle on communicating about climate.
Yes.
The other side is winning that war handily. They have 4 or 5 talking points. They hammer them over and over and over again, and they can be dead wrong. They keep saying them, and people believe them. For instance, why are we doing so much in the United States when India and China are creating the most CO2? It's like, yes, India and China should be doing more to curtail CO2 and working with the UN and the COP. But that doesn't mean that we're exempt from taking action just because our global neighbors are not taking as much as we'd like to see. So it's very simple, but it's a very effective talking point, and it gets right at people's resentments. And so these talking points, we have to find our way of communicating this, and we have to do it where people live. To do it on TikTok and on Instagram and on YouTube and on podcasts, through music videos, through using artists. And I just don't see that happening very often. If you do, it's a very tree huggy kind of nature documentary about, the beautiful butterfly in the jungle and his habitat is threatened.
Right.
But it's not really meeting 20-somethings who live in Omaha, Nebraska, where they live.
Right.
Yeah, and if I can add in on that, I mean, actually, if you take a look at the real data, and we had a sneak peek yesterday, right, on the global carbon budget, it looks like because of China's astronomically big growth on EVs, that they are the reason why the emissions curve globally is starting to bend. It's not going in the right direction. It's not reducing yet, but that fact is not out there. And
Gail, they're also building coal plants all around the world, all across Africa. You've got to weigh that into the Chinese equation.
I do, but if you're actually looking at the growth, they are bending the emissions curve, and I think we need to look at that. And then what we need to do is really take a look at AI and tech, because my biggest competitor as a climate scientist from a social perspective is misinformation that's fueled by AI and bots that are moving out there. And we can't just have conversations as science. We actually need to use technology to chase down those.
Yeah, we need the environmental bots. Where's our
Who's going
AI?
to create those?
AI bot farms.
That's right.
I love when solutions are popping up right in the middle of the conversation.
See, right here, right now.
Right here, right now.
We don't have time.
Right.
We need bots. We need bot farms.
We need a bot farm. And what would you call it, Rainn?
Climabot.
Climabot.
Somebody's listening and you can help us.
Climbots. That could be an animated show, Climbots.
I like that. Yeah.
It's like Recyclops from Dwight Schrute on The Office, but anyway.
Well, you're touching on very important topics, and I'm going to have to wrap here shortly, but there is this new kind of climate denial out there. There was some article came out from the Yale Climate Connection saying that out of the 10 top listened to, shows online, 8 of them was heavily spreading climate misinformation about, attacking solutions. They're not real, they're not working. And I think people, to your point, want to hear that it's okay. They don't have to be shamed. They don't have to feel bad, and things will be fine. We're so hungry for that message. And so back to our communication on our side, how do we get people feeling like, let's just activate change? Like, let's just do this. Like, we don't have to keep feeding the old narratives. We can, have this paradigm shift and recognize that we can live beautifully on Earth. We can thrive, have abundance, but we don't have to kill ourselves in the process. And so the story is open-ended.
That research is done by Yale, and they've done an amazing job of really looking at what different voices are coming in. And certainly in the podcast area, a lot of it is the manosphere. So it's a lot of it's Joe Rogan and many others that are doing this. But, I think what we need to do is, again, figure out what that audience wants and then communicate that on shows like Joe Rogan versus trying to say, no, don't watch those shows. People are going to.
Yeah.
So then let's get the message out there. And I really, if you think Save the Things We Love and you think it's about sports performance, well, extreme weather is really hard to be at peak performance. We see that over and over and over again with sports or with running, whether it's professional sports, amateur sports. So we need to talk that language and focus there.
And I think sharing messages of hope and joy and solutions and building community is really important. I think there were too many years of doom and gloom messaging that is talking about climate cataclysms and scaring people. And, if someone is scared and overwhelmed, they're not going to want to act.
Right.
So you have to find those points of hope, places where people can work towards solutions.
Yeah. Do you want to mention the Yo-Yo Ma event we did?
Why don't you do it?
Okay. So one of the things that we thought about is a campaign, Save the Things You Love, but also, where does hope come from? You're wearing an Optimist t-shirt. It doesn't come from just wearing the t-shirt. It actually comes from performing some form of action. So we're now starting to engage with the performing arts sector and asking them to perform hope for nature and climate. And the audience is not the people. It's actually the natural systems that are in distress. And we had a wonderful event in Switzerland alongside the World Economic Forum, where Yo-Yo Ma performed to the glaciers, performed hope for the glaciers, and stood with his back to us as an audience and actually performed to the Alps.
And the arts can connect us to nature. Arts can connect us to beauty itself. It can build community and inspire hope and change. So if there's any artists out there, I know there's 17 people watching. If 3 of you are artists, we really need you to make content that inspires collective action.
So just a closing thought. How do we make climate communication not just urgent, but irresistible?
That's good. I mean, I think you have to connect to people's hearts. Science is important, but we're not going to move people with data points, and peer-reviewed articles. We have to touch people's hearts in order to get them to act.
Yeah, and build the cultural support that this is something we can do, we will do, and it's happening.
Rainn, Gail, thank you so much. It was a pleasure speaking
Thank you
with
for
you
the
both.
award. Thanks for having us. And it's great what you guys do. Big fan and love what you're doing. Thanks for having us.
Thank you so much.
All right. Take care.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. And let you guys enter the stage.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you. And now we're going to show a very exciting new documentary, The Lights Won't Dim, featuring Bill McKibben and many other giants of the climate movement. Enjoy.
En el nombre del Padre, del Hijo y del Espíritu Santo. Amén. Bajo tu amparo nos acogemos, Santa Madre de Dios. No desoigas las súplicas que te dirigimos en nuestras necesidades. Antes bien, líbranos siempre de todo peligro. Oh Virgen gloriosa y bendita. Santa María del Camino, llévanos sanas y salvas a nuestro destino. El Señor es mi pastor, nada me falta. En el nombre del Padre, del Hijo y del Espíritu Santo. Amén.
Cuidado y te traigo un bolsito.
Sí. Gracias.
Hurricane Maria is devastating the Caribbean. Not only have people lost boats, cars, and other material possessions, but now power is a luxury. The force of the storm knocked out the island's entire energy grid. More than 12,000 people are in shelters all across the island.
Lo peor ha sido durante y después del huracán María, porque significó el que nuestros empleados no pudieran trabajar, el que no pudiéramos brindar los servicios y el saber que había gente muriendo porque no tenía lo esencial. Yo recuerdo haber visitado a una persona que era recién diagnosticada de cáncer de riñón. Cuando volvimos al otro día para llevarle una compra, ya había muerto. Ese tipo de cosas, ¿verdad? El no tener la energía, el no tener los recursos, va drenando, ¿verdad?, las energías del pueblo. Que a la misma vez nos hace resilientes, pero es una lucha que vivimos. En el nombre del Padre, del Hijo y del Espíritu Santo. Amén. Bajo tu amparo nos acogemos, Santa Madre de Dios. No desoigas las súplicas que te dirigimos en nuestras necesidades. Antes bien, líbranos siempre de todo peligro, oh Virgen gloriosa y bendita.
Santa María del Camino,
Llévanos sanas y salvas a nuestro destino.
el Señor es mi pastor.
Nada me falta. En el nombre del Padre, del Hijo y del Espíritu Santo. Amén.
Cuidado y te traigo un bolsito.
Sí. Gracias.
Hurricane Maria is devastating the Caribbean. Not only have people lost boats, cars, and other material possessions, but now power is a luxury. The force of the storm knocked out the island's entire energy grid. More than 12,000 people are in shelters all across the island.
Lo peor ha sido durante y después del huracán María, porque significó el que nuestros empleados no pudieran trabajar, el que no pudiéramos brindar los servicios y el saber que había gente muriendo porque no tenía lo esencial. Yo recuerdo haber visitado a una persona que era recién diagnosticada de cáncer de riñón. Cuando volvimos al otro día para llevarle una compra, ya había muerto. Ese tipo de cosas, ¿verdad? El no tener la energía, el no tener los recursos, va drenando, ¿verdad?, las energías del pueblo. Que a la misma vez nos hace resilientes, pero es una lucha que vivimos.
Centro Buen Pastor is an incredible center. It's a part of the Catholic Church here on the island, and they provide all sorts of services. They have family therapy clinic here. They support a lot of the school programs. A lot of the kids come here and participate in different activities, including planting plants at the greenhouse. So they provide services to families, not only in Guaynabo, by the way, island-wide. So folks come from as far as 3 hours away to participate in these programs, and so they're critical not only to the community where they are, but they're also critical to the island. So solar was installed in 2024, but the process started in 2023 when I first met Sister Huidalis at Centro Buen Pastor during a natural emergency. Folks can go and get resources, get support, maybe in some cases find a place to sleep. They could charge their phones. They could bring in their medicine and leave it at a refrigerator so they could still use it. They could come use their medical equipment here. Then it becomes an issue not of not having electricity only, but of life and death.
Oh, I have my card now.
We've got impact. I got the impact. We have end bolts.
The pollution that's associated with setting things on fire kills 9 million people a year on this planet, 1 death in 5. So half of the joy of a world that runs on clean energy is that you avoid all that. We can power ourselves without breaking our planet. That would be nice. But the other half is that it's liberating. Instead of depending on a few places around the world that have concentrations of fossil fuel, and on the people who own those concentrations and end up with way more power than they should, we have an entire planet able to power itself from stuff that it has close to hand, because everybody has sun and everybody has wind. And nobody can hoard it. Nobody can hold it in reserves. It's there for all of us to use. So it's a very different world that we're on the edge of being able to create.
Our neighborhood and Denver and Colorado generally seems like there's a lot of people have solar on their homes. So we had looked into it. We understood it was good for the environment. It would save us some money. But again, the return on investment wasn't there when we were first looking at it. Denver has a very good sustainability program, and I got an email from them telling us about the Solar United Neighbors Co-op. So we did the application, sent it in, everything was approved, and we just kind of went from there.
My team does everything it's related to increasing access to solar. We do low income and income qualified pilots. When you're working in certain states, in certain areas, talking about environmentalism and why you want to save the planet and why you want to go solar isn't necessarily the message is going to get them to go solar. Now, if you're talking about energy independence and energy freedom and taking control over where your energy comes from, that message tends to hit home.
We were paying out anywhere from around $200 to $250 a month in just electricity. But like the electricity bill came last month was $11.
If other people's, expenses are fluctuating because of the cost of utilities, of gasoline, we're not impacted by that anymore. That's a great thing when you're entering retirement, is to not know, when property taxes are going to change, property insurance is changing, groceries, all those, things that you need to have. You've now fixed your cost at zero by not buying gasoline for our EVs, by not burning gas in our home. We've reduced our utility and petroleum expenses about $3,800 a year.
The Bell telephone system brings you one of a series of programs on science to understand nature's laws.
Every day I send you 1,000 times more power than you use in a year. It's up to you, fellows.
Anybody working on getting power direct from old blowhard here?
Well, the science boys have come up with a sunshine kick that makes electricity out of your sunlight.
Oh, yes. You mean the solar battery?
Yeah. That's hardly even a cookie yet, let alone a cake. Doc, that's big news.
The solar cell is an American triumph, invented in 1954 at Bell Labs in New Jersey.
The solar battery. Now, held in the sun, this thin little cell, a sunshine wafer we might call it, produces a usable amount of electric current out of the sunlight that falls on it. It was cooked up out of basic research at the Bell Telephone Lab. Although this is quite expensive at the moment, the simplicity of this sunshine wafer is startling.
Very steadily, for the last 70 years, engineers and scientists have brought the price down of solar panels to, in the last 3 or 4 years, bring us past some invisible line where power from the sun is now the cheapest way to produce energy on this planet, cheaper than burning coal or gas or oil. I don't think we've quite realized yet that we've crossed it. We've spent so many years calling this stuff alternative energy that it hasn't completely sunk in that it's now the obvious mainstream energy.
Today, the vast majority of what we add to the grid worldwide, but also here in the United States, is wind, solar, and battery storage. Over 90% of everything that we added to the grid last year was solar, wind, and battery storage. And so not only can solar, wind, and battery storage play an essential role in helping us to provide reliable electricity all year round, it's already doing it. What differentiates people that are in the top billion around the world that has access to all of these modern flourishes is low-cost energy. And where we are now is that everyone around the world is going to get access to low-cost energy. When you see the dislocation in electricity that occurred in Pakistan, what did people do? They didn't turn to diesel generators, they turned to solar panels. And they went from 1,000 megawatts a year of deployment to 12,000 megawatts a year in less than 18 months, right? That's the power of solar, is that you can actually bring huge amounts of solar power, battery storage, charge controllers, and you can use a YouTube video to put it together, right? That's how simple it is. It's plug and play, right? And so when you think about where we are right now, we are in a place where we are simplifying energy and electricity and making it accessible to everybody. You want to do it yourself? You can get a discount to do it yourself. You want to work with your community? You can work within your community to get a buying pool together to do things together. You want to work in clean energy and you work with your hands? You can do that. It's a career that you can actually get in the clean energy space. Everybody is welcome into the clean energy space, and everyone is needed to get us to where we need to get to, which is energy abundance.
New York City now taking steps toward making public schools more sustainable. Today, officials announced new solar panels in more than 70 schools, and they believe this technology will be an investment in clean energy that'll benefit future generations.
Students, teachers, environmental activists, and union workers who will install the panels celebrated at PS 19 East Village Community School this morning. It's one of the first schools to get solar panels. The City Council unanimously passed the bill in September.
This is really for our young people here. This is our chance, and this is really our commitment in action.
New York City has a huge role to play. We're the largest municipality in the whole country. What we do often sets the stage for what other municipalities imagine they can do and start to see that they can do. We've had a lot of inquiries from other cities about wanting to replicate this bill and wanting to do this in other places in the Midwest and smaller towns. And so we're looking at about 7,000 buildings across the city that are solar eligible, that are city-owned properties. Solar is the future, and I think it's a way for us to build resiliency and independence from the power of oil and gas. But also, as we move into a very uncertain future, we need to have this infrastructure set up. You know, we don't want to be trying to rapidly install this kind of infrastructure coming from a disadvantaged position of we're already in a really bad place. We should be like really thinking ahead and anticipating where we're really going to need to install this infrastructure and just get it done now while we have our heads above water in some way.
El mismo día que nos instalaron las placas solares, tuvimos un apagón masivo en Puerto Rico. Ese día yo me asusté mucho porque yo me sorprendí cuando vi que entraron las placas. Era como que no sabía cómo iba a reaccionar. Incluso recuerdo que llamé a David porque tenía miedo de cómo iba a reaccionar, qué tenía que hacer, y simplemente no tenía que hacer nada.
¿Me puedes preguntar a mí?
¿Cuánto tiempo lleva en ese computador?
54 años. Ay, en verdad que esto es una bendición. Tener unas placas que uno siente que pueda tener luz con esta problemática que hay en Puerto Rico de la luz. Ustedes no nos retiren las placas porque yo voy y busco una placa de esas y le doy por la cabeza. Un besito.
Cuando nos encontramos en familia
un besito.
Es como una convención de
La energía solar, y gracias a las placas solares han podido darle pues seguridad a muchas de nuestras hermanas que dependen de estar conectadas, por ejemplo, para dormir en las noches porque tienen diagnosticado apnea de sueño, que es que se quedan sin aire, y eso es debido a muerte. Está también el uso de las camas en las hermanas mayores para subirlas y bajar, para poderles dar la alimentación, medicamentos que necesitan refrigeración las 24 horas, como es el caso de los diabéticos. Y en el caso también específicamente de la hermana Polonia, que tiene cáncer, que ha estado recibiendo mucha quimioterapia, a veces 3 y 4 días corridos, su temperatura, ¿verdad?, corporal sube mucho y ella necesita las 24 horas el uso del aire acondicionado.
Ha sido un proceso fuerte, un poco doloroso. Cuando a uno le dan la noticia, uno se queda como impactada, un poquito como que no entiendo qué pasó aquí. Te cambia la vida, me cambió la vida, me ha cambiado mucho la vida. Entonces, poder contar con ese servicio que entre la placa solar, entonces por lo menos tenemos ahí algunas horas, 4 horas de luz. Y es interesante porque la quimio te ponen con un caliente y hacen que uno sude mucho. Con el calor que está haciendo también, entonces no puede tener el abanico.
I'm Bruce Kaplan. I live in Bethlehem. I've been here for about 16, 17 years. I was on the select board for 6 years. I just rolled off this past election year. And now I spend most of my time either working on energy stuff or on biking stuff.
I've been up here for about 32 years. I've retired from teaching high school science, physics, chem, a few years ago. I do some part-time work building kind of pretty nice, highly energy efficient homes with some good folks. And I've been on the Energy Commission for, I'm not sure how many years now, but quite a few.
Longer than me.
Oh, yeah.
And I've been on 7 years now.
The town solar project, which is actually 3 different arrays, that was roughly a $500,000 project, but we received funding for all of it, $150,000 of it. So you start looking at that, and I haven't penciled this out, but by the time you get renewable energy credits and just the energy that it produces, the payback time is way smaller than even just the 8 years that a typical home system would have.
The project was to build the arrays large enough to cover all consumption of the town's municipal electric needs.
Going through the whole process, working with folks who have all these questions and a little bit of worry, will this all work out? We trust you guys, but we don't like to move too quickly. Okay, we've done this. And then you finally get through the cycle and the season, and they start getting their bills, and they're like, wow, highway department's bill for this month is negative $1,000. Oh, and I think Susie here just got a bill for one of the last few months that was, instead of $2,400, it was like $600, something like that. So yeah, it's fun to see people seeing that concrete result economically when they already were probably pretty well convinced that it would make sense to do it environmentally, but sure is good to see the money coming in.
Yeah, in the end, the pitch is all about money. Mm-hmm. And everyone can appreciate money. And when you tell them we have a $500,000 project, everyone gets nervous. When you tell them we have funding for almost all of it, Dan mentioned $150,000. Of that $150,000, we got a 30% tax credit on that. So in the end, it's $120,000 for a $500,000 project, which payback is going to be about 5 or 6 years. Mm-hmm. Nobody can look at that and say, I don't want to do it.
Right. On this vote, the yeas are 218, the nays are 214. The motion is adopted.
The Senate passed the Trump-backed Big Beautiful Bill on Tuesday, which means getting these could become even more expensive.
Major changes coming to clean energy. Critics say it's not only bad for the climate, but could also mean higher bills.
Would end clean energy tax credits.
Roll back any tax credits for wind and solar farms abruptly, almost immediately. That was supposed to be in place for the next several years under former President Biden's Inflation Reduction Act.
You're looking good. Good to see you, man.
How you doing? Trump and his people illegally killed the $7 billion program we had for Solar for All, but we're going to be in the courts, and I'm not sure that we will not at the end of the day win. It is not a complicated idea. It's a very simple idea. As you know better than anybody else in America, when you install solar panels, you save substantial sums of money on your electric bill, and you cut carbon emissions, and you create jobs for the people who are installing it and the people who are manufacturing the panels. Not complicated. So in my case right here in this house, Jane and I installed solar, I think it was about 10 years ago. And Jane reminds me today that we, in the summertime, don't have a bill at all. I think we get credit. Probably, I'm guessing, on average, our electric bill has gone down by about 90%. So we pay virtually nothing for electricity. And it cost us, we think, we're not sure, about $16,000. So what Solar for All legislation that I passed does is it provides help to people with that initial investment. All right, so we help you with your $16,000, you pay it off over a period of time, and actually a lot of the states will determine the regs for it. But bottom line is you're not going to pay any more for your electric bill, and then at a period of time you will own your panels and your electric bill goes down 90%. So it's hard to not, I think the overwhelming majority of people think a concept like this makes sense.
There's no one who's spoken more forcefully about oligarchy in our society. I reflect sometimes that, it kind of, in certain ways, kind of started with John D. Rockefeller and the fact that you could control something as important as the energy that people required for their homes. What would it mean to have a world where everybody could access power for free from the sun?
Just think about it. Number one, for the poorest people around the world who don't have access to electricity, it means they have all of the advantages that electricity brings. To people in the developed world, it means you don't have to pay an electric bill. It means that you can bring electricity to areas that are fairly isolated, that electricity, it's hard to get through. So having a increasingly inexpensive source of endless electricity is just an extraordinary development for humanity.
So let's talk about who might not like the idea that we can now get cheap power from the sun and the wind. If you think about it, it's not a very hard puzzle to figure out. The people who won't like it, don't like it, are fighting it, are people who own coal mines and oil and gas wells. Because all of a sudden, if we take seriously the need to make this transition, then the stuff they're sitting on is worth a lot less than it was yesterday. We don't really need it anymore. We don't need to be setting things on fire. So the oil and gas and coal lobby has been doing everything they can not to stop this transition. That's almost certainly impossible. At a certain point, just the sheer laws of economics will get it done. But to slow it down, to maintain as much of their business model as they can for as long as they can.
What is going on in this country now, in so many ways, including energy, is I use the word insane advisedly here, because when you have a technology that can substantially reduce carbon emissions and help us deal with the existential threat of climate change, and you have an administration that, against virtually every scientist who has studied the issue, doesn't even acknowledge the reality of climate change and is working overtime to increase carbon emissions, to give more tax breaks and subsidies to the billionaires who run the oil industry. If that is not a definition of insanity, I don't know what is. Why anybody, Trump has grandchildren, why anybody would want to sacrifice the future of this planet so that the richest people in America can become richer is literally beyond my comprehension.
It's really scary to see someone undo so much work, especially when it's about jobs and workers. It's just insane, especially in red states where they were getting the priority of the IRA, It's like shooting yourself in the foot. Hopefully across the country we can mobilize and fight back and take back the House and take back positions in our state houses that have a lot of power over these decisions so that we can have a fighting chance here.
Lo que está pasando en Estados Unidos pues tiene consecuencias bien significativas para Puerto Rico, porque realmente aunque no somos un territorio no incorporado, ¿verdad? En otras palabras, somos una colonia de Estados Unidos. Y pues siempre hemos visto cómo la colonia sufre con mayor crudeza los efectos. Pues somos la humanidad responsable de lo que está pasando y nos toca de una manera u otra el poder arreglar todo esto que hemos hecho mal durante tanto tiempo.
Not only am I confident that the clean energy industry will survive, but it's going to thrive. When you think about just how complicated all of these, tax credits and local permitting and all these other things have become, all of this is going to get simplified, right? You're not going to need a CPA, an accountant, a lawyer, and all these other things just to be in this business. You're going to see just a huge movement of local people deciding that they're going to switch their careers to clean energy, and it's so exciting.
Pues para el Centro Buen Pastor, entonces que siga siendo, como decía nuestra fundadora, que Buen Pastor siga siendo como una luz para nuestro querido Puerto Rico y que desde aquí pueda alumbrarse mucho y que muchas comunidades puedan recibir los servicios y se puedan potenciar.
It's sunny every day. I don't care where you live, but you're always going to get sun and you're always going to be using electricity, so why not try and make the best of it and save a little bit of money? Free energy.
In so many ways, from an energy perspective, from an economic perspective, from a healthcare perspective, what Trump stands for is not in any way, shape, or form what a majority of the American people want to see. And it's always important to have that. So you go out and you tell people, is climate change real? They say yes. Is solar a positive development helping us cut carbon emissions? Of course it is, overwhelming majority of the people. Do you think it's a good idea that you can save 80-90% in your electric bill? Are you kidding? Yeah, obviously.
The sun is the most charismatic object in our material universe. Though you can't look at it directly, it's just stunning to think about what it means. The sun gives us light, the sun gives us warmth, the sun gives us photosynthesis, and now the sun is willing to give us all the power that we could ever need. That's remarkable.
We live in a really dark time. I don't think there's any sense sugarcoating that. It's as dark a time as I ever remember. But there is this one light shining, literally, the light of the sun transmuted through these simple technologies that provide us with the energy that we need. That light's shining, and if we do our job, that light won't dim. It will just grow steadily stronger and stronger. That's our job now.
So when we think about climate change, about building a sustainable, healthy, job-creating society through climate action, sometimes people forget that the law is very important in this story. And so we're going to talk a bit about the law and a little bit about the what is happening in the United States at the moment. And to join us on this show, we are very, very happy to have one of the foremost lawyers in this field and the founder and faculty director of the Columbia Law School's Sabin Center for Climate Change Law. And is that correct? And that's Michael Gerard.
Happy to be with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Lovely to see you again. So, Michael, the world is clearly aware that big things are changing at the moment in the United States under the current new administration of Donald Trump, that many of the climate actions that the United States has undertaken under the previous administration and going back even further in time seem to be being rolled back. And obviously for people that care about the future of planet Earth and the people in it, it makes them very worried and very nervous and very concerned. I suppose the question is do you see from your position that there is a legal reaction to this rolling back of the climate action? Are there people now challenging through the courts or through proposed court action what this administration is doing in the US?
Absolutely. Environmental lawyers all around the United States have mobilized to fight back. There are a total of more than 400 lawsuits that have been filed against the Trump administration on a whole variety of things. As of yesterday, I did a count yesterday, there are 26 lawsuits pending against the administration over their environmental rollbacks, and there are many more coming. Many of the actions have not yet advanced to the point where it's ripe for litigation, but the ones that have, the lawsuits have been filed. Just yesterday, there was an important victory. The Trump administration stopped work on a very large wind farm in Long Island Sound off Rhode Island called Revolution Wind. And a court yesterday said, no, they can't do that. And it said the work should continue. And there are many of those kinds of lawsuits that are pending. As I say, we have more coming, but a lot of lawyers are working very hard on trying to push back against what the Trump administration is doing.
Interesting. And there was also a lot of projects under the former Biden administration's Inflation Reduction Act, which, if I remember, was called the Inflation Reduction Act because nobody wanted to call it climate change action. So it's sort of disguised. And there were a lot of projects in Georgia. I think they had huge battery installations for battery storage, other big projects underway in many red as well as blue states. And then many projects for communities, often communities, people of color, people at risk of air pollution and things like that. A lot of those seem to be just die overnight when the new administration came in. So are the cases that you're seeing both big cases and more, say, community cases? Is it just the stopping of wind farms, or are there other things that people are now challenging?
Yeah, so as you said, the Inflation Reduction Act, enacted in 2022, had an enormous amount of money for clean energy projects. What Trump called the Our Big Beautiful Bill, sort of an Orwellian name for something that was a truly ugly bill, cut back on much of that money. Not all of it, but a lot of it. And so there has been the cancellation of many of these clean energy manufacturing facilities that were planned. Some of them are still going forward. Several of the lawsuits that I mentioned are challenging Trump's withdrawal of money that had already been granted. But we can't sue Congress for stopping the appropriations. That's up to them. But some of the projects are still going forward where the Trump administration stopped projects that are already underway. There have been lawsuits filed against them. Some of them have been successful, but the little community projects are in a lot of trouble. There really isn't a lot of legal basis for undoing what Congress has done.
Okay. You were saying earlier to me that there's also legal action in respect to the fossil fuel industry.
There are more than 30 lawsuits that are pending, brought mostly by states and cities and counties against the fossil fuel companies, seeking money damages because of climate change and because of deception by the fossil fuel companies. Now, none of them have gone to trial. Several of them have been dismissed. Others have survived the initial motion practice. And we'll see what happens with them. The oil industry is going all out to try to stop these cases. So far, they have not persuaded the Supreme Court to stop them. There's some motions that are now pending to do that. But a couple of them are edging toward trial, one in Massachusetts, one in Hawaii, one in Colorado. So it'll be very interesting to see how those progress.
I see that the head of, I think it was ExxonMobil, was the other day trying to ask the Europeans to revoke certain laws which were damaging the interests of the US multinational oil industry. I think this was on methane, maybe.
Yes, well, there's some international agreements on reduction of methane, which is, natural gas is mostly methane, and it's a very powerful greenhouse gas. But certainly the oil industry is working very hard to undercut climate action all over the world.
Do you get a sense that, I mean, there are two ways of looking at this with the oil and gas industry, right? I mean, there's one way could say that this is just business as usual. They've always tried to, in a sense, muddy the waters about whether climate change is real or whether it's really happening, or if it's happening, it's not such a big deal, or in the face of the science, which has been grown by scientists all around the world, chosen by their own governments under something called the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. But do you get a sense that when they look at the numbers now, the oil and gas industry, that they see that solar now is 40% cheaper than even the cheapest fossil fuel, that somehow it's like the game's up. So they have to be really now even more aggressive because their whole business model is facing massive disruption from a clean alternative. I mean, have you seen the rate of action by the oil industry in the legal space as high as this in the past? Or is it a new phenomenon?
Yeah, no, the oil industry has been fighting against climate action for a long time. That's not new. I mean, right now, the biggest threat to the demand for oil is electric vehicles. And so the industry was successful in cutting back on many of the subsidies that the Inflation Reduction Act had for electric vehicles. There's a lot of false information out there about electric vehicles. That's one of the threats they're trying to fight. You're quite right that solar has plummeted in cost and is by far the cheapest form of energy, of electricity you can get, and can actually be built faster than fossil fuel facilities.
Exactly.
And so they're trying to cut back on that. They're trying to put out false information about solar and trying to discourage that. They are also trying to find alternative uses for their products. And number one is plastics. And so they are fighting very heavily against a global plastics treaty or anything else that would reduce the use of plastics because it's such a big user of oil.
Yeah, exactly. And so, I mean, in some ways, one feels that, there may be a positive narrative in this, that indeed the world is moving so fast now in the right direction that certain administrations whose very re-election was funded by the fossil fuel industry, they're all fighting like mad to try and stop it. And
Well, I would agree that we're moving in the right direction, but I wouldn't agree we're moving so fast in the right direction.
Okay.
We are really falling behind.
Yeah.
The 1.5 degree goal from Paris seems to be in the rearview mirror. We are falling very far behind. And the U.S. is leading the fallback.
Yes, exactly.
When Trump was first elected, our center at Columbia launched a website called the Climate Deregulation Tracker. When Biden came in, we renamed it the Climate Re-Regulation Tracker. And upon Trump's second inauguration, we named it the Climate Backtracker. And we're keeping track, and we have, I don't know, more than 200 items and adding to it daily.
Oh, right. Okay. We need to be cognizant of that when we are broadcasting from Belém in COP30. Lastly, Michael, very briefly, because we're running out of time, I didn't know it went so quickly. Internationally, when we last saw you on our show, maybe 2 years ago, you're chronicling with others in London the growth of climate litigation, I think, around the world. Is that still increasing?
Absolutely. There have been 4 very positive decisions from international tribunals in the last year and a half. The International Court of Justice, the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, the European Court of Human Rights, and the International Tribunal on the Law of the Sea have all issued very important, very positive decisions. Now, they're not binding, but there are many courts around the world that take those seriously.
Right.
Unfortunately, not the courts in the US, but in many other countries, we've already seen national courts tell their governments they need to do more about climate change. And we've seen that in the Netherlands, Germany, France, Mexico, Brazil, Nepal, South Africa. It's really a global phenomenon.
Right. So that's a positive story, and the law being used to hold governments and industries and others accountable. Yeah. Okay, so I think we might be coming close to the end here, and but we would love to. Is it publicly available, this back tracker that you've got?
Yes, just Google Climate Backtracker.
Climate Backtracker.
Climate Backtracker.
Right, and anybody can access it from around the world.
Absolutely, and if you Google Sabin Center for Climate Change Law, you'll find that is one of our many trackers. We also track all of the climate litigation going on around the world.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much indeed. It's been a pleasure to speak to you, and as usual, and thanks for being on We Don't Have Time.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Okay. Thank you. But this is a live show. Are we doing bumpers right now or something? Good. So we're back again here at the Nest Climate Campus at New York Climate Week 2025. And we're having just a very interesting talk just now about the law and what that means for climate action in the US and also around the world. And now I've got 3 wonderful guests who are going to talk really about communication, how communication can, in a sense, be nurtured, but also be maybe modified to actually deliver the impact message of climate change on a much wider audience. But as we talked before, it's not about trying to get the deniers out there. They're stuck wherever they are, in between reality and fantasy, right? We're talking about the large numbers of people that surveys show are actually worried about climate change, interested in climate change, want to do something about it, but they don't know quite how to do it. So in order to get this thing rolling, I'm going to introduce our 3 wonderful guests. So I don't know who did the order, but this is the way it is. It's Bernadette Woods-Plackey. She's Chief Meteorologist and Vice President of Engagement at Climate Central. And for those that don't know what Climate Central is in, say, Europe or other parts of the world, what is it?
It is a research and communication organization, really trying to advance climate science for communication purposes.
Okay, super. And then we've got Catherine Hayhoe. She's author and professor at Texas Tech University. And she has somebody called Uncle Walter, who lives in Dresden in Germany, possibly. We don't know. Anyway, and we have Laura Schiffer. Shifter, sorry, Senior Fellow at the Aspen Institute. And you're an educationalist, and you're both top scientists. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, let's start off with a general question. So how did you come to work on climate communications? And how do you use your personal expertise to connect with people on climate? So maybe we can start down here first. Oh,
well, if you
can
don't
go
mind.
first. No, I don't mind. You can do it.
So I am a climate scientist, and the biggest thing I have learned is that the climate science facts are not enough.
Mm-hmm.
We could have the whole world worried, and in fact, most people around the world are already worried, like you said.
Mm-hmm.
But if they don't know what to do, they'll do nothing.
Right.
So the biggest thing I've learned is that we need to connect everything we know in our head about what's happening, how bad it is, why it matters to us, with our heart. Why does it matter to my life, the things that I care about, the people and places and things that I am prepared to protect? And then we have to connect that to our hands. What can we do to make a difference?
Okay.
So that is the biggest lesson I've learned. And when we connect head, heart, and hands, that's when action happens.
Okay. Okay. Laura and Benedetta, do you want to comment on that, or do you want to move on?
Sure. So my background is weather. I'm a meteorologist.
Yeah.
And when you watch weather, you see how it's changing. And sadly, it is affecting so many people in really traumatic, awful ways. So I started out operational forecasting, but the reason I got drawn in the climate direction is with climate change, it is that much more impactful. It is that much more dangerous for people. And so there's this real drive to keep people safe and prepared. And weather is one of the easiest ways for people to understand how our climate is changing, how it is affecting them personally, the people, the places, the things that they love, and how that can open a conversation for what we can do about it.
Sure.
And I'm more new to climate change than these ladies next to me. My background's been in education and education policy for a long time. And, you know, about 7 years ago, if somebody had asked me if I cared about climate change, I would have said, yeah, I'm concerned, but, you know, it's a far off problem. It's something impacting places that are far away from me. We have a lot of problems in education. Climate just wasn't rising to a priority for me. And all of that changed in one day when the UN came out with its report on 1.5 degrees warming. And I was sitting in my basement playing with my 3 children. And I looked at them, and it was the first time it clicked for me that this was not a far off problem, that this was an issue that was not only going to shape my children's future, but it was going to impact their today, and it was going to impact all children. And I learned that I had to do something to work on this issue. For a while, I felt utterly depressed, not having any idea as to what I could do. And then actually, Governor Jay Inslee announced he was running for president and said on day one, he'd ask every department to submit its plan to address climate change. And I realized, oh, I can bring my own expertise in education, the relationships I have with people working in education, to start having a conversation as to what education can do to take action on climate change.
Yeah, that's fascinating. And education is so interesting because it's actually in the original treaties, you know, the 1992 treaty of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change is that education must take into account climate change. But in the Paris Agreement, it's slightly watered down of 2015. And to this day, there's very few countries that have fully integrated climate education into their curricula. And that is an unbelievable barrier, I think, to what's going on. But let's you're touching on some of the areas now that are shaping how we can, in fact, talk to people differently. Are there barriers in people's lives? Is it because climate change seems so big? I mean, I remember the Pope, not this Pope, but the one before in the Laudatio Si said, it's a poverty of imagination not to be able to imagine what this world might be like if we don't deal with climate change, right? Do we have to tell stories? Give me an idea what barriers we need to tear down.
I think you're perfectly right. It is poverty of imagination because when we listen to what people have to say about climate change, even though it isn't very much, it's all about what an apocalyptic future we are heading towards that we must avoid.
Yeah.
And it's important to know that, but our human brain is not wired to move forwards unless we're moving forwards towards something that is better than what we have today.
Yeah.
So we are missing the story of what a better future looks like,
Mm-hmm.
what the path to that better future is, and what I can do to make a difference.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I feel like communication is the climate solution that has not yet been unlocked, helping people understand, again, not just the head, but the heart and the hands, why it matters and what they can do. Because if we see ourselves in that better future, and if we realize that that is the better future we want for our children, for everyone else we love, then we're going to do everything we can to get there. And that hasn't been unlocked. It's a positive tipping point.
Yeah, I think just adding, one of the biggest barriers that we have out there right now is the vast majority of adults never learned about climate change themselves in school. Still, a lot of teenagers don't learn about it in the US. There are 18 states that still don't teach human-caused climate change in science classes. But when we think about that, we need to help support adults in developing that understanding. And in order to do that, you have to go through kind of two processes. You have to unlearn the beliefs that you have and then learn something new. And so leveraging communication as a tool to help people learn something new and then tap into why it's important to them and what they can do is really essential to do this work.
And I'll add one more thing to that too, is we know this, and there's a lot of social science and polling and information around the fact we know people want this information. We know when we connect with them, they are open to listening. However, there is this massive gap of people actually talking about it. And this is why we're leaning so much in on communication being a solution, because we know it works and it's just not happening at the scales that it should happen at. When you look at the same social science research, Gail and George Mason have Climate Change of the American Mind, twice-year research, goes back to 2008. People understand this is happening. People understand that we need to do something. 30% of people in the United States only even talk about this occasionally. So how are we really going to move anything along if we don't have conversations about the causes, the consequences, the solutions, how it's affecting people, answering basic questions? People still are confused. So what is causing it, and how is that related to other causes? These really seem simple to the people that are attending Climate Week, because we have people advancing forward with amazing technologies and solutions, but there's this gap in public understanding and communication that we're hoping to try and fill.
Do you think for some people, it doesn't matter if they don't understand climate change? I just say this simply that actually it's good to have solar panels on the roof anyway, right? Even if you don't know anything about climate change, because it's 41% cheaper than the cheapest fossil fuel alternative. And I did a road trip from San Francisco to New York from the Global Climate Action Summit of 2018 in San Francisco. And we took the outcomes to the UN, and we used electric cars to go through different places. We went to that village or small town where that tornado had completely destroyed the town. And we met the mayor and the pastor. And we said, well, what about climate change? We don't believe in climate change. Okay, but you're actually rebuilding this town with solar panels and blah, blah, blah. Oh, yeah. So I left the town thinking, okay, that maybe I don't need to persuade them about climate change. They just know solar is a better alternative than. So it could be that that's where you talk to people is very different, what you actually say. Yeah.
I completely agree. You meet people where they're at. And that's why when it comes to who the best messenger is, it's not always scientists. The best messenger is someone we know who we have something in common with.
Yeah.
Who we both want to save money, so we both get solar panels.
Yeah.
Or we both have kids who have asthma, so we're both concerned about air pollution. So many people have every reason they need to care, but they're worried about having conversations because they don't know how. They don't realize that most other people do care, and they don't know what solutions look like.
Yeah.
So that's why, for example, every week I have a newsletter called Talking Climate.
I know, I receive it.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Don't worry.
Every week I share good news,
Yep.
not so good news about something that matters to our lives, and then something we can do.
Yep.
But we need more. And so that's why Bernadette and Laura and I and many colleagues are getting together to figure out how can we help to grow and support and resource and train an orchestra of voices.
Right.
An orchestra of teachers, parents, first responders, people of faith, Girl Scouts, gardeners, all of the people who have every reason to care but don't feel like they can have the conversation.
Yeah.
That's what we want to do.
Yeah, yeah. And how do you propose to tackle misinformation? Because I still see that the fossil fuel industry is always pumping out, there's always a wind turbine with a dead eagle somewhere at the bottom of the, next to the wind turbine. Yes. Now we know this one, the one of electric vehicles on fire because their batteries have caught fire. But you try and trace the source of this article back, and it's like, where is the source for this picture?
Well, the first thing you have to do, Nick, is you have to do it. There is no organized effort to counter disinformation on climate change in this country. It does not exist. And so that's something else we've been talking about. Bernadette, maybe you could share a bit more. People need to know the truth because the science shows that we can be inoculated against disinformation. Inoculation is possible, just like with the vaccine, but we have to do it.
Right.
That is the cross-collaborative infrastructure that we are trying to build with a collection of 20 some of us who have been spending some time really thinking about what would a collaborative climate communication hub look like? How do we bring people together as a community so that we can curate and create content? We want to increase the messengers, the messages, and the distribution so that the public is getting information in ways that matter to them and can connect with them. We're doing this through the thought process of content, but also not just the collaborations, but training and education, because there is an element of it that will help people then go raise their own voice. If you teach them to fish, they go fish. And so that's why it is important to bring up some of that training level, because so many things are happening and changing all the time. We're all trying to keep up.
Yeah.
And then there is that space of just creating a mechanism where people can then work together in a better way. And it doesn't exist really right now across climate change. There's so many people doing great work, but how do we create the infrastructure to work together? Because when we do, we know that we go farther, faster, and we make a bigger impact.
Yeah.
And I think just to add on one more point about addressing misinformation, it's another reason why it's really important to include teenagers and young people in climate education, because we've got to talk about prevention too. And preventing young people from being susceptible to misinformation means they have to have the actual information first.
Yes.
And so it's really important in communications efforts to make sure that we're helping build that understanding from an early age.
Do you, I mean, I know in Europe they have Our Kids Climate, which is, and you have that here too. So are you still seeing young people who are absolutely terrified about the future? I mean, or is misinformation helping them to not feel so bad about things?
So there are young people that are feeling scared about the future. And I just want to share one story about this young woman that I worked with. Her name is Naina. And one of the things that she saw going on around her, her grandparents in Gatlinburg, Tennessee, were impacted by the wildfires there several years ago. Grandparents in Bihar, India, were impacted by flooding there. And she grew increasingly concerned. But then when she went to school every day, nobody was talking about it.
Yeah.
And that made her feel alone.
Right.
And she thought that she was crazy for having all of these fears. So one of the most important things to address fear with young people is to start the conversation. And you don't have to have all the answers to say, I want to work on this with you and we're going to build a better future together.
How do you, I mean, all these what we're talking about is absolutely fantastic and laudable. How do you really build this network? I mean, this orchestra, sorry. And whether you're, I don't know, lead conductor or somebody's playing, lead trombone or whatever, how do you build it? It's a big challenge, right? Or do you know that if you put your tentacles out, there's a lot of people that will jump into that space and be with you?
Well, you're asking exactly the right question, Nick, because that's the first stage.
Yeah.
So we've been doing this long enough that we know a lot of the folks already out there. So for example, I work very closely with the evangelical faith community.
Yeah.
We have a group who's ready to go and they want to do this together. They know that we can't do it alone, but we can together.
Yeah.
But in other places, we need a roadmap. We need a landscape analysis because I've been doing this for more than 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
Every other week, I learn of a new organization or a new effective communicator who I never knew about before.
Right.
And we need to connect to each other because, again, individually, we can't tackle this, but together we are strong enough to change the current of our society. And so amplifying these voices, that's what we're doing. We're talking about amplifying all of these amazing voices in this jazz orchestra where everybody harmonizes, but they could be going off on their own solo with their own authentic voice as a gardener or as a parent or as somebody who works in business. But making sure they have the resources they need to really make the head, heart, hands connection.
I like that phrase. I also like the kind of practicality that one's actually showcasing a better world and challenging the kind of rubbish that goes around. I mean, the UK is generally speaking a sort of on board with climate change generally, but they did a survey just recently of people and they asked them, do you care about climate change? Yes, most people did. And then they said, how much do you think it's going to cost to achieve net zero by 2050 in the UK? And there were wild numbers. 30% of GDP, 40% of GDP, wild numbers. And then they were told, no, it's going to cost 0 point something or other, it was some smaller amount. And that translated into something like £10 a month, which is like 2 pints of beer. And everyone was like, oh, okay, let's do it then.
Well, and there was an Oxford study last year that showed that you'd actually save $12 trillion by transitioning to clean energy.
Yeah.
You would save it, not
Problem is 12 trillion is too big. Now I can't handle it, I need to boil that dinner. How many hamburgers is that? Okay, two pints. It's certainly more than 2 pints. It's 12 trillion, yeah. Okay, so you're going to reach out. Is this the launch of, are you launching now a call to the global public to be communicators in your network?
We're not ready for that yet. We have to make sure we build the framework to take them in. If you build it, they will come. We already have people knocking down the door. But if you're interested, let us know. We want to know who you are. We are a network of anybody who wants to have these conversations in a way that will make a difference. Because the biggest field I've learned from Nick lately is not even the social science, it's history. If we look back in history, if we look at the abolition of slavery or women getting the vote or the enactment of civil rights or apartheid in South Africa, the world has changed before at the scale it needs to tackle the climate crisis. But the only way it does it is when people who care passionately about this issue use their voices to call for change. That's the way change happened before, and that's the way it can and must happen again.
I've read a lot about climate change like you have in the past, and it seems to me that all the research shows is that when societies become aware of climate change and they become aware of what we need to do about it, those voices can be silenced by a change in politics, for example, or things like that. But it's already still in the system that there is something called climate change and we need to do something about it. And that it can be reignited quite quickly because it's in the system. It's not like a completely new idea that suddenly come rocketing out of the sky. It's there all the time. I mean, so it's about reigniting and refocusing, in a sense, people's understanding.
It's trying to get it prioritized higher. People care, but it's not in one of their top priorities. They have other things that rise above it when they vote or when they're making decisions for their family. And we need to help them understand and raise it in priority. And also with our information ecosystem, our media ecosystem, just fragmenting and all over the place right now. That's why it's more important than ever to work together, because it's going to be harder and harder for any one person or group to break through and try and make noise or connection with people. So it's that much more important. I just can't stress that enough, that we need to come together. We need to help each other. She's got great work. How can I get it out to my network? Same thing. We've got great data. Other people can do it. I've learned so much from Laura on how to talk to parents and kids through this. And the more we can do that in a larger, more formatted infrastructure across climate communication, we're going to be better off.
Yeah, I think the kids route is really very important, right? Because they're going to be around for a lot longer. I think I talked about this when we were talking before, that I was asked to talk to a friend of mine's daughter, who is 12 and had a climate project, and she wanted to talk to somebody like knew about climate change, and the parents stupidly thought I knew something about it. And so I go along and I talk to her, and then there was a simple question, which from a 12-year-old, which was, what can I do? And I said, well, you can go back to school and you can try and persuade everybody, and that's a good idea. But the big superpower right now is those two people over there sitting, listening, your parents. They went, what do you mean? I said, well, ask them who they bank with. And said, Mum, Dad, who do you bank with? And they went, Deutsche Bank. I went, okay, well, that's a bit of a mistake right now because they're still funding fossil fuels. Right. How do I find one that doesn't? I said, Just this website here. It's called the Global Alliance for Banking on Values, and they found one, and they moved all their money into a bank that doesn't invest in fossil fuels. How difficult can that be? But that kid is so happy now because she knows she made a difference in the world.
And that came from a conversation. And that's why
Exactly.
we're trying to get people thinking that way and acting that way. If you have a question, ask it. Start those conversations. Your voice will lead somewhere. And one voice can make a huge difference. It can start movements within your school, within your neighborhood. They can build to much bigger things. I mean, Greta Thunberg started not even with her voice, with a sign sitting out there. And look what she built.
So I think we're getting very close to rounding this up. I always, this moment, I always look to the tech team, somebody for guidance on what's happening. But I think we're coming to the end of this. I want to say it's been absolutely fantastic having the three of you with us. You are fantastic communicators, and I know that you will get many, many, many people from the United States. And I'm sure there's people watching this all around the world that want to take part. They have to be patient right now. Don't bomb these three ladies. They're very busy right now. But when they're ready, they might invite you into their network to do things.
Not might, will.
Will. Okay. So thanks for being with us. Thanks for being on We Don't Have Time. And we want to maybe hear more about this at Belém in COP30 in a few months, see how it's going. Oh, we can, we've got a couple
of time. And I know that Laura had homework for us.
Okay, Laura, then come with me. Come with me. Sorry, boys and girls out there. And ladies and gentlemen, we have 5 more minutes, so we're going to use them. Okay, Laura, fire on.
Well, should we jump into the homework assignment now?
Yes, please.
So our homework assignment for people watching is to have a climate conversation and have it with somebody that you would not otherwise have the conversation with. So don't go to your usual climate people and have a climate conversation. Find somebody maybe in your neighborhood, at your child's school, and just have a conversation with them. Maybe say, hey, have you noticed this about the weather recently? Or over the summer, my kid played in a sports tournament and I was worried about the extreme heat that was going on. Open up a conversation, ask questions, say why you care, and listen to why somebody else cares too.
And if you need entry points, her newsletter is a great newsletter. At Climate Central, we have a program, Climate Matters, that puts out weekly packages of information and resources on a whole range of topics on how climate change is affecting us. You can go to our website and play around with that and get ideas. You have your stuff through education. Where is that all hosted?
At thisisplanetEd.org. We have guides for parents to have conversations with their kids, and some essential climate principles to help support them in talking about climate change with their children.
But the biggest thing is don't be afraid. You have science on your side. You have public opinion on your side. Start. Just really start. It doesn't have to be perfect. This is how we all grow and learn and evolve.
And that's a very good point. But they will come across the odd person who doesn't want a conversation. And they're in the 11% or whatever the number, the dismissive side. So if that happens and you're a young person, I think just politely withdraw, say, well, maybe we can't agree on this, and find somebody who's the other bigger bunch, when we are the many, in other words, who actually know something about climate change or are worried about climate change or want to learn a bit more about climate change. They're the ones that really can be important. Yeah.
You're completely right. So in the US, 60% of people are worried about climate change, but they don't know what to do. So they do nothing. 60%.
That's huge, isn't it?
So don't pick an argument. Having this conversation is not about going out and finding the person, the sort of, neighbor or relative in your life who likes to argue about it and post stuff on Facebook. No, that type of person, you just say, I'm sorry, you're wrong. Now let's talk about something else.
Yeah.
How about that sports team? But for everybody else, if you begin the conversation, not with the head, but the heart, why does it matter to me? Like Laura said, it was really hot out. I was worried about my health. Or gosh, my home insurance has really gone up. Have that conversation, just start it and ask questions. You don't have to have the answers. You just need to start asking.
Yeah.
We've tracked leaders from across the US in places in very red states and very blue states, school leaders that have been taking action in their school, and they all started with asking a question of their school district. So they didn't go in and say, we need solar panels right now. They said, hey, have we thought about whether we could do this? And then when you ask the question, people want to figure out the answer. And it's a good way to bring people together around a solution.
Yeah.
And one last point, knowing your audience is critical to any conversation or any communication. It is the golden rule. And as Catherine was saying, we've got 60% that really want to do more, just not sure what. Your point of the 10 to 11%. It's called the Global Warming Six Americas. And again, Yale and George Mason have done this. It is all on their website. They have it for many other countries too, but it breaks down the population on their views on climate change. That 10 to 11% that you're not going to move, but that if you cater how you talk and how you approach this to that group, you've missed 90% of the population. 90% of people that are at least willing to engage in that conversation, if not want to be activated in somehow. So don't let the 10% drive how you approach all of your communication.
And I would make a final note. I mean, you know, I would say the church and the faith groups in America are quite powerful organizations. They're still powerful in Europe, but people are maybe less religiously motivated by things, if I can put it in a polite way. So I think that maybe this is a very important route. If in some states the children are not getting proper education on climate change at school, maybe the faith groups could provide that through, you know, Sunday clubs and things like that. There's lots of
That's why we want to start this cross-collaborative infrastructure of a group.
Okay, now I'm getting a message to wrap it up, which means Nick, stop talking. So thank you very much indeed for being with us. That was really super. And we're right behind you. We like to think of ourselves as communicators too. We don't have time. And so we're right behind you on this. And best of luck, really. Okay.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Shata Chakraborty, and I'm honored to moderate today's panel, Climate Solutions and You, Scaling Direct Action, co-hosted by Terraformation and We Don't Have Time. We're here because climate commitments from institutions are stalling, but people everywhere are stepping up. From viral movements to grassroots funding to creative campaigns, direct action by individuals and communities is showing us new pathways to scale climate solutions. Today, we'll explore how this wave of people-powered leadership is bypassing bottlenecks, making climate action accessible, and inspiring millions, like those of you tuning in. Joining me are four incredible leaders who embody this movement. I'm so thrilled to have you all here today at the Nest Climate Campus at Climate Week New York. We have Hikaru Wakil Hayakawa, youth climate justice activist and founder with Climate Cardinals. Welcome, Hikaru. Welcome back to the broadcast. We have Benjamin Wong, an accomplished artist whose work transforms attention into collective climate action. Welcome, Benjamin Wong. I'm going to make sure I say that twice because your work is awesome and we can't wait to get into it. Christy Jutman, welcome back to the broadcast. She is the founder of Brown Girl Green, a communicator elevating voices and sparking climate justice conversations online. Welcome, Christy. And Michelle Cobb from Terraformation, who is building accessible pathways for everyone to participate in global forest restoration. Thank you to Terraformation for co-hosting this panel. So let's kick this off. We have a lot to talk about. Christy, I'm going to start with you. You built a large platform translating climate justice into relatable stories. What's one example where you've seen online engagement move beyond views into real-world action? And how can creators ensure that participation actually sticks?
Yeah, I love this question. I would say one of the biggest ways that I've been able to translate that is actually through my company and platform Green Jobs Board. We started posting content online, teaching people about climate career pathways. And due to that engagement and folks that were engaging in those jobs online, people were starting to get jobs in the real world, attending trainings, attending career and resource fairs, getting to connect with employers. And I would say that for other people that are storytellers online, I think it's really important to think about clear calls to action, how to have measurable impacts with the stories that you're telling, and thinking about who you're passing the mic to, making sure that communities are at the forefront and center of the solutions that you're building, and that if you are going to be viral and use digital media, to use it for good by centering those voices and making sure that impact gets translated and heard.
That's a really great message. And just to stick to that for a second, the idea is we talk about this stuff a lot. We work in this space, but it's not anything if it doesn't translate to real world action, right? If we can't scale it, get people excited and give them real options for work opportunities ultimately. So you saw that was critically important to make the abstract tangible.
Yeah, I was realizing that, we can always talk about climate solutions and climate hope, but it's another thing to be a little bit more imperfect about it, put it in practice and show examples. That's why I think storytelling and arts and creativity is so valuable, because you're building a discipline, you're building a practice that allows other people to follow in your footsteps by doing trial and error and showing people that that's okay. And I think we need a little bit more compassion and graciousness in this movement to have more people join along.
Yeah, it's okay to misstep here and there. We were trying to solve a big, complex global problem ultimately, right? Hikaru, I know you are tackling this head on. You have mobilized youth worldwide through Climate Cardinals. So tell our audience what lessons we can take from young people about how to transform attention into real sustained impact. What if people start to get a little overwhelmed by it and immobilized potentially?
Yeah, well, there's so many ways to get involved in the climate movement. And I think for people who are just seeing how the climate crisis is impacting their communities, just wondering how they can get involved. And I think for a lot of the young people that we work with, that's the biggest barrier is what are concrete ways and opportunities that I can make a difference? And so when we first started, we were translating climate information. And I think for a lot of people, they're like, oh, well, I speak multiple languages. This is a very clear way in which I can get involved and be a part of this movement. And so I think just presenting very clear opportunities for our communities to get involved, because people want to take action, and then it's just a matter of how do we transform that passion into concrete action items
and keep it sustained, right? Because there's a real fatigue. All of us would be lying if we said that we didn't feel so much weight on our shoulders from the nature of the work that we do. So how do we overcome that fatigue?
Community. I think community is everything. And I think, this year we were sitting down together as a team, just thinking about how can we maximize what we're doing to support the broader climate movement. I think that something is so important with everything that's going on in the world is just making sure that we're showing up for each other, that we're building networks in which we can share resources, support, friendships, and then, we'll be working on this for many years to come, but also these relationships will continue for many years to come too.
It seems so obvious, but there's so much power to communities. So thank you for articulating that. That's really great. Benjamin, art, creativity, this also brings people in, and it can be scaled and it can inspire. And you are able to, through art, create installations that are something physical manifestation, making the abstract tangible. So you turn waste and invisible problems into something that's, in your face. It's impossible to ignore. How do you see art functioning, not just for awareness raising, but as a spark for actual climate action?
Yeah, that's a problem I've been trying to resolve with my work for a really long time. I think when I first started out, maybe a decade ago, there was this hypothesis that if more people knew about the problem, then more solutions would happen. And if we just take one small thing that actually everyone can agree on, which is like plastics in the ocean is bad, I think you can go around and talk to 1,000 people, and 1,000 people will tell you, yes, plastics is a problem, but that doesn't mean that our plastic production is actually going down. It's just on the rise. And so to a certain extent, I think we always need to ask ourselves, like, who are we trying to talk to? Because if you're just raising awareness for an issue that everyone already knows about, like plastics, then you're just raising frustration. Because like, why is nothing happening? I'm getting really angry right now. And so for me, a lot of my work lately has been focused on trying to do work at the right place, at the right time, in front of the right people. And so it isn't just art that exists in a vacuum, but rather art existing within the public domain, interacting with the world where they're at. And so I've been trying to track multilateral treaty negotiations, inviting myself through cold emails to create pieces of art there and engaging the decision makers while leveraging the fact that the whole world is watching at that moment in time. And then the public, through the different nonprofit and movements, can actually come and amplify on their own. And so I'm just creating something that's almost like an art as a service to the climate movement.
That's incredible. How do you deal with pushback, or if you just put something out into the ether and you don't hear anything back? That can be disheartening for a creative or anyone who's putting so much energy, time, and attention into raising awareness and getting their work out there. How do you overcome that rejection, if there's any?
So I think the first thing that I do before creating a project is think about, why am I creating this art in the first place, right? It isn't saying I want to create something because I need it to exist in this world, which is where a lot of artists traditionally come from, but it's more approaching it like a designer, which is, what are people talking about? Where are the gaps in communication, and how might I fill that gap with the tools that I have at my disposal? So it's a little bit more tactical. And then in terms of like criticism, one thing that I really like about art is that art is different from marketing. Marketing is all about trying to convince people that this is the one way to do something, whereas art is open to interpretation. So I might create a 4-story tall giant faucet spewing plastics all over the environment. My intention is to talk about how we need to turn off the plastic tap and address plastic production. But that doesn't mean that someone who like wants better recycling can't come in and say like, this is the problem, we need to have better recycling because all of this plastic is just flowing into the ocean. Great, that's one part of the solution. And so I think art is very inclusive in that way, where it invites everyone to consider how they want to interpret this. And it's open to anyone who wants to create content around it. So it's just, let's go. Let's
you're
code
putting it
together.
out there, and
exactly.
and it's people are taking it and interpreting it how it's most beneficial for them, and that makes you feel good. That's
exactly. And I think also this idea that like the art is supposed to go viral or anything is, I think the failure of something to be seen is an invitation to consider, how might I design it differently the next time around? So don't take it and say like, oh, the world hates me, my work is useless. This isn't about that. It's about saying like, oh, how can I do it differently? Maybe it's a different strategy this time around. Maybe it's a different audience. Maybe it's a different place.
We love that hot take.
Fun way of like building on top of it.
Okay. I'm processing that. I really like that. Michelle, so do you see art and storytelling opening doors to people who might otherwise feel excluded from climate conversations? Obviously, you wanted to have this conversation and get it out there, so there's real value in this type of storytelling. Tell us why it's important to you in Terraformation.
Certainly. There?
Yeah.
There we go. Yes, I find personally, and I think that's true of everybody that we deal with, that art is a way to engage the emotional side of people's decision-making processes. In other words, it's not enough to just know logically that trees are good. You have to understand what your place is in the world, you feel the emotion that comes with knowing that you can support nature and that you're part of nature. And that, I think, is what art does for us. It really brings people in to a place where they are intimately involved with the climate challenge and what we can do about it and the solutions. So love to see the type of work that we're talking about here.
So let's learn a little bit more about this effort that's underway at TF. It's the 1 tree a month subscription, and it makes forest restoration as simple as signing up online. So talk to us about this. What does it take to design climate solutions that are both credible and accessible to everyday people? How do you see these kinds of models scaling?
Good question. So the first thing is that it's funny, people think, plant a tree, it sounds very simple, but when you're trying to restore native forests, it's actually very complex. A lot goes into everything from choosing the right type of plants to grow together to maintaining a forest long term. So there's complexity, but people don't want to be, they don't want to see all that complexity. What they want is they want the simple version, which is, I want to see the change that's happening. I want to see the impact. So we work with this subscription program on making that change visible, on being able to show people what their money supports, being able to show the growth of those trees over time, and that engages more people to see that their actions are actually making a difference.
That's really interesting. This is you've cracked the code potentially, right? So this is the this is the kind of thing we could see work beyond nature solutions for sure, but across so many sectors. So it's really interesting to see where this goes.
Well, one of the things I'd say about that too is we see this as an opportunity for people to signal. Because, while we need governments and large corporations and so forth to invest money in these kinds of nature carbon removal projects, the real change happens when people get involved and they show what they're capable of doing. And I think that's what all of these panelists say today. So if you can engage people, corporations and policymakers listen.
Yeah. So one individual action may seem like a drop in the bucket. You hear this a lot as kind of like a pushback or a challenge to the climate efforts that are underway. But ultimately, everyone working together results in systemic change. I'm going to come to you with this, kind of tee that up for you. Talk to us about how you think about this. So how are individual and systems actions connected? How can we frame this in a way that really shows individual action can result in systemic change and they actually mutually reinforce each other ultimately?
Yeah, of course. So individuals working together, of course, can shift like the outcomes of social movements, but also, yeah, I mean, there is a need to really focus on systems change. Of course, there is this, like in the past, there's been this huge focus on like what individuals are doing, and sometimes that can just feel so overwhelming. And in fact, the idea of the carbon footprint came from the marketing department of a fossil fuel company in order to prevent people from realizing how they can get involved in the movement. And so while individual actions do add up, I think it's always important to continue to speak about how, we need to be focused on these bigger picture issues. And I think that goes back to what Christy was saying too, in terms of self-care and also, being kind to each other. Because of course, what we do at an individual level matters, and it's important to model a world that we want to live in. But also we can't be perfect. And we do live in a world in which the systems aren't set up for us to live in a way that's completely sustainable. And so it's just important to realize that, yes, we should continue to model the world that we want to live in at an individual level, but to be kind to ourselves when that's not possible too, and to continue pressing on together as a group.
You are all so positive, and I'm positive too. I like to think of myself as positive. So that suggests to me, and we've been working in this space for many years. What are you seeing? Christy, let me go to you because you've been working with the next gen. You've been helping them advance their pursuits, their careers, establish themselves in fields that are directly linked to transitioning to clean energy, to nature-based solutions. What are you seeing is scaling and working?
I would say the biggest thing that's scaling and working is organizations and waking up to realize that they need to reach young people in the ways that young people communicate, which is through things like digital media and storytelling. I think we're realizing that the traditional methods in which those kinds of efforts to recruit and mobilize young people is evolving. We're living in this world of digital media and it blending into real life. And it's like a hybrid world that we're all trying to still figure out how to navigate. And I think I'm seeing more and more organizations waking up to realizing, hey, maybe we should bring young people to join our board. Maybe we should have young people to do storytelling projects with. Maybe we should get out into communities and meet youth leaders where they're at and have them, talk about why their decision-making power is so important. I think we're seeing more organizations waking up to the importance of that.
No, that's Benjamin, let me come to you while Christy catches her rod. So what are you seeing in terms of your art, how it's being received? So before I was asking, how do you keep going when you get some pushback? But in my question for you now is, how do you think about taking it to the next level? So you put something out there, you get the responses. How do you then take that and scale it to continue to reach newer audiences?
So I used to believe that it was my job to design a campaign on my own that was hopefully going to raise enough awareness and it was going to change the world, right? There's just sort of this silver bullet hero comes in and fixes everything sort of complex that I feel like we live in. And I don't feel that way anymore. I think that I'm just like a tree is part of an ecosystem, I'm one person, I'm one artist in an ecosystem of players. And the question is, how can I best serve that ecosystem? And so the last project that I created, for example, was at the Global Plastic Treaty negotiations that took place in Geneva. It was delayed 9 months. There was a good chance that it wasn't going to go through. And I was like, what is a story that I can help tell here that will help amplify the moment? And so I created a 6-meter tall sculptural remix of Renee's The Thinker, crushed plastic bottle in one hand, baby on the other, sitting on top of Mother Earth, to talk about how we depend on Mother Earth and have a responsibility towards the future with a giant strand of DNA coil around. And each and every single day that went by, I dragged more and more pieces of plastic onto the sculpture until Mother Earth was basically drowning in plastics and the Thinker was burdened with plastics and nothing was changing. And when the treaty negotiations didn't go through, we now had this symbol of inaction, of the fact that humanity, despite this broad consensus that it is a problem, isn't actually going to make things move forward. But it wasn't my job alone to figure out what to do next. It's rather the job of every single other nonprofit, for-profit, and player in the ecosystem that now can propose, how do we move forward from here? There are legal people in the, it's like legal, it's policy, it's multilateralism, it's news, it's influencers, it's jobs, it's everything across the board. And my piece is not to tell people what is the one thing you can do to fix it all. Right. There is not one thing. And I think it is important to reduce it down and give people a sense of empowerment. But I think if we do that too much, then we reduce a really complex problem into something simple, and then everyone gets frustrated because they're like, oh, why isn't it being solved? It's because it is genuinely really complex. And so I've given up on needing to be the one person with all the answers, and rather just really focusing more on where's the one place that I can contribute and have the work actually speak for itself to the best of its ability.
Very well put. And we've learned that the hard way in some cases, that it really does take a village, right? It takes a lot of collaboration across public sector, private sector, and a company like Terraformation gets it, recognizes that it needs to bring in perspectives and voices across generations, across demographics, across countries, because that's where the company shows up all over the world. So talk a little bit about how Terraformation is positioning itself to really collaborate across public sector, across private sector, and across the planet in a way that really supports the scaling of nature-based solutions.
So I think it's good to pause for a second and explain a little bit about reforestation.
Please.
So reforestation requires a couple of things. One, you need a supply of places to have projects. And so that's what we focus on first, is really getting community-oriented groups. These are often on-the-ground forestry teams, many of them nonprofits or little local groups, to be engaged. And we found out what they need. They needed help, they need tools, they need training, they need to understand how to bring in funding. So we focused on that side first. And then we started on the demand side, which is like, how do you find the funders who are going to fund these projects? Because we're ready to scale up reforestation in large parts of the world, but you have to have the money to back it. And so we've been focusing on corporations and government organizations and engaging them, and that work is proceeding. But I have to say that I don't think people are moving fast enough. Governments are certainly not moving fast enough. Corporations need a push. And so the thing that we see is that giving individuals the opportunity to essentially vote with their dollars, to be able to show that they're stepping in and want to move things forward, is very powerful. And that's one of the reasons we started this individual program, because we want to scale that up and be able to show how individuals can make a difference and how they can send a signal to the other powers that be.
Nice. And that's the real theme of this conversation, right? It's how are individuals resulting in systems change? Because one person's one person. I like to say this is sort of my tagline. 2 people, now you're a team. 3 people, you're in a group. And then you can join a platform like We Don't Have Time and join a campaign, a global campaign, lend your signature and just lend your voice and see the changes that sweep, right? We've witnessed it firsthand and it works really well. So we're really excited to see how this project scales. And we're not at the final question yet, but I'm going to ask you each of you this question. And then we're going to follow up with a little bit about what's happening currently in New York at Climate Week, New York, and at the United Nations General Assembly. But I want to make sure we capture this from each of you. So I'm going to ask each of you that we know that institutions are too slow, like you said. So in one sentence, what is the boldest example you've seen of people power leading where institutions have lacked and have gone too slow? So Christy, come back to you. You're recovered.
One sentence. Oh God. I would say definitely when it comes to mutual aid networks, I think we're seeing so many people, especially in times of disaster response, we are seeing governments and institutions step in, but I think even more than that, the actual recovery long term when the news cycle ends and when government resources leave, it comes down to community, and mutual aid networks are at the core of that. So I would say that's where I'm seeing a lot of that thrive, especially in where I live currently, Los Angeles, after the wildfires. We're seeing so many mutual aid groups continuing to talk about the fires, helping communities recover from that. And I think that long lasting community support is definitely under recognized and undervalued.
Okay, thank you. Karu.
Yeah, I would echo Christy. Something happened recently within Climate Cardinals was that there were historic floods in Nepal, and one of our chapter leads, she went out. She didn't have any financial resources or anything, but she just brought all of her chapter members out to the community to like help with disaster relief and also to lead disaster preparedness workshops. And then she shared about what she was doing with other chapter leads and helped mobilize resources through a financial campaign that other chapter leaders participated in from around the world.
Okay, good one.
Yeah, this is hard because I think there's so much like instinct to go towards these big popular movements that swell like Fridays for Future and how like what this has come out of. But on the flip side, the pendulum starts swinging the other way, and so there are always these consequences to these like massive swells. But when we do talk about mutual aid networks, it's a completely different energy because one example that comes to mind is when the floods happened in Raleigh in North Carolina. What you end up seeing on the ground is you have people on both sides of the aisle, the right and the left, coming together where maybe it's like the lumberjack that's coming to clear the road, and then some crystal hippie is like offering some trauma healing services. And it's like an opportunity for everyone to show up with themselves to the fullest expression of who they are. And it actually creates long lasting opportunities to bond and come together. And I guess that maybe that's like the one sliver of hope that I see with like increased climate disasters is like actually every one of these disasters actually gives us a chance to remember that like the people that are actually going to be there for us are our neighbors and our peers, and that everyone at the end of the day is human. And the good that we see come out of that is always so uplifting.
Yeah, nice.
So a couple of things come to mind. One is that I've seen cases, certainly at a local community level, of individuals coming together very quickly to counter things that are happening, whether it's destruction happening in a forest in a local area, and by people jumping in quickly, showing that they care, showing that they are going to, prevent this action from taking place, they can make change happen at that level. I think what needs to be energized is making those changes happen at a much higher level. And I would love to see more consumers act with their dollars.
Right.
We're seeing some of that. Some recent news activity resulted in individuals canceling subscriptions, for example, to a company that was acting in a way that they weren't supportive of. And I think when you get enough people who take action, they support companies that are being sustainable or supporting a green future for all of us. You're going to see more action happen.
So we're coming up to the end, and I think we had some fantastic insights. I'm going to ask you each to just reflect on the moment we're in right now, because it is New York Climate Week. The United Nations, as we speak, is hosting the General Assembly, and it's no accident that we're here having this conversation at this unique moment in time in this part of the year, right ahead of COP30 as well. So what are you hoping, based on the themes that we've just been discussing, what are you hoping really comes out of this UNGA Week 2025? So popcorn it this time, Ben.
I don't think I'm hoping for anything to change, to be completely honest. I think, this is a marathon, not a sprint. And if anything, this moment in time is probably the hardest time in history where, I think corporations are being the most quiet they've ever been. Dollars have dried up all across the board. Multilateralism is breaking. Countries are incapable of cooperating. And despite all of that, we still need to have faith that the actions that we take do matter more than ever before, because when the world becomes more quiet, our voices need to become louder in order to make sure that others actually don't feel scared of speaking out. And so it's sort of, I think it doesn't matter what comes out of UNGA. It really doesn't matter. We just need to stay true to like the urgency of the time, and to also remember that urgency doesn't mean burning yourself out right away. It's about making sure that we choose pathways and we choose the people that we want to surround ourselves with to keep doing this work for the next couple of decades, because this is a project that's going to take the rest of our lives to even get close to resolving.
I needed that advice. Thank you. Michelle?
Sure. What do I hope for? That was great, by the way. Back that up. I really hope for some of the things that Benjamin said, and that is for individuals to use their voice. I know that there is a tendency right now for organizations to get quiet. And that's a time then for people to speak up. So in fact, some of the discussions I've been in are about the sort of like underground railroad nature of what we're doing in the climate space, where people are working really hard, but in quiet, often trying not to be, you know, and from a corporate perspective, you're trying not to be seen, but they're still doing good work behind the scenes. So I think what we have to do is we have to make safe places for people to share that information. And this is that kind of safe place. Climate Week is certainly that safe place. The more we can do to get the word out that people are doing good things, that we can move things forward, that we can make organizations hear what we have to say is very important.
Very, very beautifully put. We're trying to create those safe spaces and keeping the work going. Christy, your thoughts?
I would say, yeah, I don't really know if things are going to really change, but I would say that what I'm noticing is people are getting a lot more fed up. And I mean, I think, like I mentioned before, we're hosting our Green Jobs Pavilion here at the Nest Climate Campus. And we had almost 1,000 people register because they want to build a career in the green economy. For me, that gives me hope that people aren't giving up on this space. And seeing so many employers, including Terraformation and other folks who are coming through and saying, no, there is still job growth, there is still training, the work still needs to be done, and we're here, and we want you to be here too. I think sends a strong message that it's just a matter of time until the pendulum swings the other way. So we gotta hang tight and keep staying focused on the work that needs to be done.
Wow, lots of real talk happening. Okay, I'm coming to you for the final comments on this panel, please.
Yeah, well, showing up, I mean, and just like sharing what we're doing, because like communities have always done this, like, or they've always been leading work on the ground, no matter what. And there is so many things that people are doing across this group and also beyond. And we've had the same experience as Christy's had in Climate Cardinals. Like, we recently launched an ambassadors program with the Nature Conservancy, and within 3 hours, there were 1,000 signups from 145 countries. And so people are clearly looking for ways to get involved. And it's just a matter of us continuing to show that people still care, and that we're going to keep on going no matter what.
All right. Okay. Well, thank you so much to each of you for contributing to this and for the work that you do. It's very clear from this panel and across all the perspectives we've seen that a message is emerging. Climate action doesn't have to wait, even in these tough times. So whether it's through storytelling, art, grassroots organizing, or accessible participation models, people can bypass bottlenecks and accelerate solutions. So for everyone watching at home, the invitation is simple. Join, subscribe to plant trees, amplify campaigns online, support climate creators, or start something new in your own community. Direct action at scale is possible when each of us contributes. Thank you to our panelists again, to Terraformation, to We Don't Have Time, and to all of you for joining us virtually for New York Climate Week. Let's keep turning attention into action. Awesome, you guys. Thank you.